hey guys, sorry about that. Good morning. Yeah, it's kind of rainy and dreary outside, but otherwise doing all right. Down 16%. So yeah, that's it. This account is, a very heavily short Qbts account. So that is where we're at. But right. A little cyanide. Yeah, trade desk coming back after kind of having a rough existence or a rough quarter last quarter. Yep. Well, options will blow you up faster. No, we got more convinced. That's why QBTS was so funny. It's like so much worse than we thought. But you can't really fight the market too much. Yeah, of course, Phil. Maybe YSL, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I don't think they have any paths to profitability. Their bookings are zero. I'd probably lighten up a little bit at 50, but I do think Sarepta will double. I'm short QBTS right now. It's great. Great short. I like Matt G. Being wrong and being early are the same thing. No, not really, actually. Being wrong is when you short a stock and like you shorted Nvidia and you said, oh, they're never going to be an AI company. They're never going to be a big AI company. And you shorted Nvidia and it goes up 50x. That's called being wrong. But if you bought Nvidia and you're saying, I think they're going to be an AI company, and it took you 6 months longer than you thought it would, that's called being early. And one is a whole lot better than the other. So, I don't know. Like, did you wake up and like just start thinking that, or did you think about that a little harder? Maybe a little confused. Yeah, I mean, I really felt like this was one time where you could break the rule, but I'm glad I'm not down 50% or something. I mean, Jeremy, it's a stock. Technically, it can go to $1 million a share. Right? And you can scare yourself into thinking anything. Yeah, I don't think it's going anywhere, but we'll see. I thought that 20% ago, too. Chad Rigetti Scully. I'm not sure I would raise that kid. All right? I'm not sure I'd raise that kid. Shout out to my lovely wifey. Opening the purse up more and more. Thank you, baby. I knew I could depend on you. Of course, I heard the new Kanye song. Kiro's flat. A lot of people are short TMDX. Yes, Mech. Yes. They closed like half of it, but now they're giving me the margin to short it. It doesn't make any sense. These guys are fucking ridiculous. Kid's due in 3 months. Schwab called me. Schwab called me yesterday, Natty. They called my representatives. Yeah. Yeah, I saw most. I saw TTC, GTD. What do they say? Life imitates art? Or art imitates life? Okay, Open Doors traded the most, but it's a dollar stock. We should filter out these small stocks, but we do filter out 500 million market cap. Tesla's traded 24 million shares. D-Wave, our buddy. Normal, makes sense. This is one of the most important companies in the global economy. Has traded 23 million shares. Iovance, 22 million shares. Poor biotech. Nvidia, 21 million shares. It is flat. But yeah, Tesla's up 5%. So Tesla's hanging in there. About $1 billion market cap. Lyft up 19% on good results. Marathon Digital up 8%. Palantir down 2% on 16 million shares. Had a big day yesterday. Trade Desk up 24%. Nice quarter after a disaster quarter the quarter before. Pinterest up 10% on 13 million shares. Hims and Hers down 3%, kind of continuing a little bit of a slide that started yesterday. 13 million shares. Rigetti down very slightly. I think they're presenting at the Needham conference, but I'm not sure. I think D-Wave as well, maybe. TeraWulf down 2%. WeBuy Global, sounds like a Chinese company, down 32%. Plug Power up 2% on some shares, but it's dollar stock, so it doesn't really count. SoundHound down 80 bips, 90 bips. This is the weird AI roll-up, kind of short, good short. $4 billion market cap, still not a small company. Robinhood up 4%. CleanSpark as well. Let's see, that's about it. Ford and DraftKings, WeRide, AMD all up a little bit on volume. Gainers, GoGo. GoGo is up 42%. Is this what I think it is? Yes, GoGo is literally GoGo Internet Air Connectivity. So good quarter from GoGo. GoGo in-flight wireless. Enlight Inc., ticker is Laser, up 28%. Natural Grocers, whoever these guys are, also up 26%. Trade Desk, as I mentioned earlier. Green Dot. Green Dot is the color dot the sniper rifle from Jamie Dimon's going to take me out with. Lyft is up 18%. Rumble is up 17%. Transmedics, the controversial company, up 17%. A lot of longs and shorts battling it out in this one. Fox Factory up 16%. Is that where Tucker Carlson's from? Insulet, shout out to Tucker. Insulet up 15%. Remember Pod? Toast up 15%. One of our favorites. Regencell, the crazy Chinese kind of scam, is trading on very thin volume because all the shares are owned by one person, I think. Unicure's up. Spire Therapeutics, Sensata, Evotech, lots of random stocks are up a little bit. Losers, we have Iovance. Big sales miss. Commercial launch was the big question for that company, and it looks like they're not going to make it. Organogenesis, is another interesting company, down 26%. The RealReal, ZipRecruiter, Innodata, all these stocks down 15 to 20%. Sweetgreen, pretty rough day for some companies here. Progeny, Grindr, both down 9%. Firm down 9%. Rocket Lab down 9%. We should look at that one. Expedia down 8%. So tons of earnings residual from last night that are trading through to today. Earnings season just about over. Probably about 75% of companies have reported at this point. What else? Strategy is up 4%. Apple's up 1%. Amazon's up 1%. Coinbase up 3%. Meta up slightly. That's about it. Lily's up 1%. AppLovin continuing its rally up 1%. Netflix flat. UnitedHealth down slightly. Taiwan Semi up slightly. Well, actually, Taiwan Semi up 2%. Yeah, that's about it. I think Affirm being down 8% is kind of interesting. That's a stock a lot of people are looking at. There's Sarepta coming back a little bit. New FDA guys were giving a interview, and Vinay, I guess somebody talked to him. Somebody found him in an alleyway and said, "Listen, buddy, next time somebody says rare disease is Sarepta, you're going to be bullish. You understand me?" He's like, okay. So poor Vinay had an interview and, said, you got to be flexible when it comes to rare diseases. And that is what he did. He said, we need to be flexible when it comes to rare diseases. And Sarepta is a rare disease company. So, somebody had to talk to him. Somebody had to make it clear that, rare diseases, dying children, you need to be flexible. You can't be a pig. You can't say p-values are, have to be really, really tight. You can't, you gotta be flexible. These are people's lives. This isn't normal medicine. It's the same Vinay. It's the same person, I like to think. Mikey Pipes. Okay, D-Wave up some more. Nice and painful. I mean, trust your doctor, but I'm not sure Neurontin is the first drug I'd choose. Insomnia can be hard to sleep, but benzos are, first line. I mean, Akiro. These might have been already known. I think these results were already known. Maybe? I mean, they're pretty good. But I thought these might have been already known. No, Neurontin is not a benzo. I am the farmer bro. My man. I said benzos are first line. You are not getting a benzo. You're getting Neurontin, which is an unusual choice. You know, bag holders already got bagged in D-Wave. Hypnotic drug tier list. It's a great question, actually. Like, I think the orexin drugs are worth trying if you haven't tried the orexins. I don't have trouble sleeping myself, so everything I know is unpublished literature. Obviously, you know, Lunesta and Ambien, Zopiclone and Zolpidem. I forgot how to pronounce Ambien's name, but those are your classics. You can take, Seroquel will knock you out too. I'm still short QBTS. You don't say short on. You can't be short on something. That doesn't make sense. You're either short something or you're long something. Best peptides to take? I would say Ozempic. Depends on the disease you have, I guess. D-Wave is my biggest position. D-Wave is my biggest. Hims is just a trade. Hims is not a marry the D-Wave. I'll go down. I'll die on that hill. There's just a way that people say things in finance, and if you don't say it that way, it's like nails on a chalkboard. Bro, if D-Wave sold another computer, the stock would go to 20. Every 4 or 5 years, they can find one sucker to buy one computer. I don't know, Tufu. I don't know. It's as I've said for a while. I mean, it's a weird market. You know, you've also gotten Fartcoin is up a bunch. Fartcoin is at $1.34, which is the highest it's been in a while. That's a pretty good barometer for market insanity. Pay the price. I go to Best Buy. I want to buy a new computer. I choose D-Wave. $15 million quantum annealer. I don't think I've read that one, Gummy. Yeah, I mean, the normal solution is just to have a balanced portfolio. You know, I'd be down 2% or something if that was the case. But, you know, I like making sales at super overvalued prices. I can look at UNH. D-Wave has commercials. The best thing a quantum computer, if it could ever be made, and if it ever is made, that is useful, the best it could do is something like decryption. Probably do that pretty well. The problem with D-Wave is not the TTM sales, which include the computer, but the FTM sales, the forward 12 months, are going to be like 8 million. So that's 400, 500 times sales. You like it, Matt? You long? Go long, bro. Matt, you want to go long? I can do a swap with you right now. Last time I did this with a guy in Fartcoin, he kind of forgot he did it. Kind of quietly said, "Oh yeah, I forgot about that." haven't quit. I didn't appreciate Schwab taking my buying power away, but all right. I don't know how to do a good poll, but I guess I can do a straw poll. Okay, so which stocks? I've heard people ask for UNH. Actually, I'll go to Godel requests. Pick which stock we want to look at. From here, make sure you put it in Godel chat as soon as you can. And we'll vote on it. Yeah, I agree with you, Mike. The decryption use case is somewhat dead, but there's still other harvested encrypted materials that could be decrypted. There's RSA. Sounds like people just want UNH. We have time to do 2, 3, 4 stocks. Don't worry. Not going anywhere. SPY's up 25 bips. NVIDIA up fractionally. Godel Terminal is basically our only product. Heisenberg doesn't negate quantum. I think it creates quantum. Heisenberg is a quantum effect, I would say. Corey is complicated, man. Hey, bud. How do you like that rain? Rain's the worst. No, this will not bankrupt Godel. No. Godel is 1L as well. We only worked on Gupta for 1 month. We basically abandoned it well over a year ago. I don't know if a retail investor should use Godel. You can use it for free and see if you like it. Just go to godelterminal.com. You don't have to pay. What's the wheel strategy? We're in New York City here. Yeah, stockfish. I mean, it's pretty tricky. The whole observer thing is a little bit crazy. What counts as an observer? I think it's any interaction, right? Short to put. So that this is a bullish strategy. Wow, that's huge, Toby. You got to have them. Can you DM me or message me? I'll pay you for that. That's a big deal. Martin at dl.software, Toby. I'd love to talk to you. There's a lot of differences between paid and free, but we want you to enjoy the free version. Oh, there goes. Look at the buying power on my Schwab. What is wrong with these guys? They let you trade it, and then they're like, nah, actually, never mind. I'll be right back, guys. Where the hell is this? Yeah, I could survive the $5,000 hit. What I really dislike is this like, oh, you're short, huh? Oh, let's raise the marginal requirement. It's like, stop it. Nothing's changed in my position. Yeah, Marshall Wace is pretty great hedge fund. Miles, not like this. Not like this, man. All right, United Healthcare. So United Healthcare, deeply depressed stock price here. Was a $530 billion company. Now just a $350 billion company. Go figure. Good morning, my friends. Remember when Joe Springer used to say that? My friends. Okay, my friend. Hello, my friends. I miss the guy. Oh, that's really funny, Matt.
to Tendies Club. Got a great show for you. The FDA has spoken. Hello, Tendies, friendies. Welcome back to Tendies Club. Got a great show for you. The FDA has spoken, and the citizens' petition has been rejected. Woo! The stock has gone from the 40s into the 60s. From the 40s into the 60s, then it sold off a little back into the 50s. Let's dive right into it, take a look at the stock, and then get right into the citizen petition and see what they said, see what the rejection.
Tendies Club? What the fuck? We need a Joe Springer for D-Wave.
Hello, Tendies, friendies. Welcome back to Tendies Club. Got a great show for you. The FDA has spoken, and the citizens' petition has been rejected. Woo! The stock has gone from the 40s into the 60s. From the 40s into the 60s, then it sold off a little back into the 50s. Let's dive right into it, take a look at the stock, and then get right into the citizens' petition and see what they said, see what the rejection of the citizens' petition and see what they said. Let's get right into it. So cassava's up 9%. You can see it was up to 62, went as high as 62.49 before calming. It's still got this trend is still intact, very much intact right here from the morning, from I guess from the tip off. And then look at that. As soon as the tip off came, there was an immediate selling. They'd like to knock this thing down before they buy. So somebody knocked it down, and then there's still the steady line of buying right there. So who knows if we'll get back to this 62 and make a new high today and tomorrow. These things like to run for 2 days, and then they can fester over the weekend as well. So all good stuff. And then we'll dive right into the petition. But I also just want to say the main thing about the petition is, as we've been saying, I think this is the beginning of a cascade of things. So then this should also precipitate the City University of New York speaking, and then that we know will participate the Journal of Neuroscience, their decision. And so I'm going to have to turn this thing up. How's my audio? How's my audio? How's my audio? How's my audio? Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
I'm sure that's true.
Okay, and I'm going to put the stock in the corner here so we can see that at the same time. Brilliant stuff. 54 now. Excellent stuff. 10%. So this is February 10th. So this was today to Mr. Thomas. Dear Mr. Thomas, this.
I need milk for my coffee. I'm so pissed off. All right, so press the backtick key on your keyboard to activate this terminal. We've got to make this terminal bigger. What do you guys think? I think it shouldn't be so skinny. But I don't know. And then it's Triple H. EM for earnings matrix. I don't like it says earnings metrics. It's earnings matrix. These guys. This is what happens when you use Indian offshore guys. You know, we put the whole company on Fiverr. You got about 3 Fiverr guys doing everything. Spending about $60 a day. Yeah, Luke, I think so. Definitely Lawson. Definitely. I think we got to up our Fiverr spend to $80. What do you think? Maybe get Upwork? How about like a higher end? Is there a higher end Indian offshore outsourcer? Earnings metrics. There you go. Thank you, Quan. IRNINGS. Okay, so we were talking about that last night, Charlie. Classic Bloomberg mode. We definitely thought about that. Every component theoretically could work. Anyway. Infosys. Satya. Infosys. Cognizant. Okay. So, just a quick look. You know, it looks like UNH is in the 10 times earnings category. Let's sort of see if we can learn anything. Focom, I don't know. Either way works. FDA reducing drug prices. Oh no. Didn't know the FDA set drug prices in the first place. It's true crazy. It fixed everything. They sent me to prison. They said, all right, drug guys, make sure you lower prices. Didn't work. They sent Luigi in. You don't want to know what's coming next. Yo, Matt, what the fuck? We have a meeting in 10 minutes? Really? I'm taking that as a threat. Taking that as a threat. Meeting in 10 minutes. Yeah, Tug. The guy just said we got a meeting in 10 minutes. You ain't on my calendar, homie. You come through here, you're getting a scissor to the face. After that, the chucks come out. This is how I protect wifey and my baby. Come after me. See me in with some chucks. I'll nunchuck you to Mars. Ow. I've had wooden nunchucks. They hurt a lot, actually. You hit somebody with the wooden nunchucks, they're pretty... Tell me about it, Zarati. Tell me about it. Yeah, the carousel. Anders, what's up, buddy? Actually, worse than that now, Vinny. Probably down 20%. Fartcoin's at $1.34. Quantum company went up on bad news. It's raining cats and dogs. What went down in prison stays in prison, buddy. All right? Not here for gossiping. I didn't get put in jail for gossiping. So I ain't gonna gossip about it either, you dig? Well, maybe it's the best long for you, Matt. But it ain't the best long for me, homie. Alright? Because I've shorted D-Wave before. This stock hit 12. I don't even know this. In March. We shorted it, dropped 50%. This stock hit 11. In December, we shorted it, it dropped 70%. So this is just another great chance to short it. It's just a question of, can you survive it? Pfizer spent a lot of money on a lot of deals they overpaid for. D-Wave's a good short at 2. At 12, you just have to have the patience. You know, you got to have the patience of the capital. And you can't let the price and the P&L fuck with your head too much. You got to let it fuck with you a little bit. But you can't panic. Everyone on Wall Street hates quantum. There's no quantum fans on Wall Street to be found. One would argue that's bullish. The haters turn to fans. I'd say it's a combination of retail and quantitative investors. Google does not only dabble in quantum, they're the leader in quantum. But they don't have any public access available to their products. They don't sell their products to anybody else. There are some, Willie, but we're going to improve that product soon. Most of my shorts are unhedged. Most shorts on Wall Street are unhedged. It's not a lot. Anders, 1-2%. Hopium. Hopium and copium. I'm not long calls now, but I mean, at the right price, I'd consider them just to lever the short up. Let's see. got some weekly options here. Obviously, there's some that expire today. Probably not going to fuck with those. But the 10 and a half calls, or the 10 calls, just trying to think, you break even if it goes down 50 cents. Like, break even if it goes down like 40 cents, but you have a week. So it's not exactly...
Order filled.
Yeah, we're supposed to look at UNH, guys. Oh, IIQ and Rigetti are down, so I'm assuming D-Wave will drop too. Imagine if Kamala won.
China.
Yeah, I would get a job if you want to figure out how to do a startup. You got to know where the opportunities are. Become an expert in some industry. Yeah, 2 weeks of green days in a row makes shorting hard. Only Green Day I trust. This is a joke. Only one Green Day I trust.
I'll sit around and watch the tube, but nothing's on. I change the channels for an hour or two.
You can go to the bottom and select monitor 2.
All my phones just for a bit. I'm sick of all the same old shit. In the house with unlocked doors, and I'm fucking late. Bite my lip and close my eyes. Take me away to paradise. I'm done and bored. I'm gonna wear boys and I smell like shit.
Fucking Herper, man. I don't know about Hertz, man. You can't play G6 in the first move, you know that. Of course, Andy, I think there's some value. Trading View coming maybe next week? I think Blink-182 is better than Green Day. Oh, there's a lot missing, Ken. We have so many things to add to Godel. We haven't even gotten started. Make sure you sign up, guys. GodelTerminal.com. See if I can do something else real quick. 1 second. Restart the server. Yeah, Blink's the best. Matt, thing I learned best in prison, most valuable thing, is I learned how to make somebody humble. Okay? I learned how to make somebody real humble like you. You know, I get ready, square up, throw the hands real quick, tap, tap, tap. You on the floor, you knocked out, now it's time to make you humble. What's this? You know what time it is. I didn't want to have to do this, but I didn't want to have to do this. Zip, exactly. Mike knows. Mike knows what time it is. It's how to make you humble. In front of the whole institution. No lending data yet. What the fuck is going on with this fuck stick stock, man? Yeah, I was gonna gross up INMB. We do it. We're international, baby. Come on, man. Come on, man. You don't trade Tokyo? I do still have my quantum shorts, but sometimes it feels like they still have me. G6 or G3, I guess. No, I mean, I know a lot about Tudor. I get it. He's bearish. Got it. They do. They got me by the ball sack. But I've been known to be in worse situations and make comebacks. Listen, Matt. I have more capital to put on this trade, okay? So for me, I'm restraining myself right now, okay? got this little account. I want to show people how to make accounts go up. Right now I'm showing people how to make accounts go down. But next week's a different week. Okay? Don't test me, man. I'll raise a $500 million fund just to short D-Wave. Just to short 20% of the company. I'll go up to Greenwich, Connecticut, see all my old friends. Need 100% gain to recoup. Yeah, this portfolio is intended to be a percentage return portfolio. Chill, daddy. I do cut my own hair, so there's no extra risk taken here until yesterday. Oh, the AI. I don't think Paul Tudor Jones is that informed of a take on AI. No offense to PTJ, who's obviously a brilliant guy. Gotta stay focused. Come on. It's crazy. At this rate, we're gonna do one stock a month. Come on. You know what Kanye said? 3 beats for 6 summers. 3 beats a day for 6 summers. Something like that. Ryan, you're only as good as your team. The best AI people are not working for Paul Tudor Jones. Hate to tell you that. Love Rod. It's number 1, basically. Number 1 biotech guy. I don't cook anything, so. Palantir's cheap. Supposed to do these numbers, man. So I'm supposed to do POST. Post like it's HTTP. You like that? Post like it's HTTP. That's the new rap lyric, Vlad. Post up like it's HTTP. On the next Kanye. Yeah, I love the new Kanye song. It's very artistic. Sing the hook. Whoa.
I asked for those copies an hour ago.
I'm sorry, boss.
Sorry doesn't cut it. This is the 3rd time we had to reprimand you this quarter.
I know how I can make it up to you.
Wait, not in front of the intern.
He's too busy working, he won't notice.
What the fuck?
Cut! Hey, you're not supposed to look at the actress, remember?
Oh. Right, yeah, sorry. Right, yeah, sorry. Sorry, guys.
Why is this on YouTube? Am I gonna get banned for playing this?
children. Niggas see my Twitter, but they don't see how I be feeling. So I became a Nazi, yeah, bitch, I'm the villain.
What the fuck? No, 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 he ain't doing that. Educational purposes only. NHH. They don't see how I be feeling. Hell no. Alright, Timothy, calm down. What a painful, painful, painful trade. don't know if D-Wave will raise capital. I think they'll probably do ATM. Oh, that's funny. What is a model? Everything's quantum shenanigans, man. None of this shit is real. Losses are real if you realized. I'm kidding. Losses in my account are real too, but you know, if you want market irrationality, then you complain when you get too much of it. I didn't want that much irrationality. I wanted the perfect amount of rationality just for me. No way, they did another deal? No. They've bought like 5 companies in the last 6 months. Oh, I know. It's like 30%. Quantum. Quantum. That's a great name. Quantum supremacy. We've looked at IonQ's acquisitions. I also heard the space satellite company they bought was a really terrible deal. That's cool, James. I don't know about RIAs specifically each one, but obviously, you know, some of the really big RIAs will take care of you. They're not going to lose you money. Probably make you some money, but you know, somebody you trust. You know, it's no different from a big bank. Yeah, everyone said it was a shit business that was struggling, but they want it. How are you going to operate? You know, what are these guys? They think they can operate this company? I don't know. I think it's over, Jules. I think it's over. Who knows? You just do your homework and that's all you can do. Just don't get, you know, caught by some like weird information. Everything that happened to D-Wave we expected. Would have done the trade all over again. You know, there was Pershing Square was down a lot, made a huge comeback. RA Capital was down like 80%, made a big comeback. And Citadel was down 50%, made a comeback. It's 20% each shit. You guys are going to see a live crash out. Greatest crash out of all time. Why is Deerfield cooked? Jeremy. This is the trade. Sender, I'm not sure. That's possibly what happened in the first machine. Well, if you're down 80%, that seems like a bit much. Since I'm only down 20%. I don't know what the fuck you did. You did the trade on steroids? I think it was pretty high steroids to begin with. You got high. Margin call margaritas. Thanks, Antoine. I think it's similar, if not better, 827. But it's a slightly different style. But I think so. It's pretty similar. You stole your girl's purse and your grandma money? Damn. You gotta borrow from the big homie now. Go to the big homie down the block. Borrow 10 racks. Tell him you double it by Monday. Just hope Monday never comes. I think on Berkshire, you know, the collection of businesses they have isn't it's like very steady. That's the Buffett discount rate hypothesis. But these are not cash flows the market loves. It was not wildly overvalued. Stop. That's nonsense. Berkshire is always undervalued. Sarepta's still coming back, buddy. All my got the right soundtrack. I'm sorry, you guys know how anti-Semitic I am, but this is the craziest song I've ever heard. It makes no sense. Sarepta's cooked? Oh, you think so? Yeezy taught me. It's just the song doesn't make any fucking sense. Like Hitler was not pro black people. I think that's the joke why it's all the black guys in the video. Sarepta kind of is the crash out version of biotech company. I think that's right. Human no. Yeah. I mean, even if you think the song sucks, I think it was like, I think the statement he's making is the art, but nobody wants to hear he's making a statement. I do think he's likes to get attention. All artists are fundamentally at their core attention whores, which is why I was never comfortable being an artist myself. Even though you see all the guitars in my room, I wanted to be a rock star, but I never wanted to put myself out there. That's not really what a rock star does. Rock star puts himself out there. I didn't mind performing other people's songs. When it came to my own songs, it was really personal and difficult to find a voice that you felt comfortable with. And when you look at artists, one of the biggest things that they hate is criticism. Jay-Z has like 100 songs about critics. And it's like, look, man, you won. You're top of the game. You know, nobody... But you know, half of his songs are self-consciousness. Nobody's ahead of me, not even the Beatles. I slayed Elvis with his blue suede shoes. You know, it's just all poor little me. I want people to like my poetry. I hope you like my poetry. You know, and it's very, at the end of the day, it's kind of pathetic. But that's what being an artist reduces you to. I mean, it's like the biggest self-navel-gazing kind of self-adulation and flagellation that you can do for a career. Cursive, the rock band Cursive, writes a lot about this. So I think for Kanye, you know, race played a big role in his life. The last I chatted with him, you know, there's still a very strong racial kind of overtone to his life. I think most black people have that regardless. And, you know, here he's sort of like playing with the forbidden, which are, I mean, artists, thousands of years have done that. Different levels of forbidden. And pushing the boundary of the forbidden is kind of like the artist's job description almost. So South Park's done this many, many times. Now you kind of have somebody that's willing to go even further. Maybe possibly willing to go much further, actually. Oh yeah, I've been to Warsaw a bunch of times. That's funny, Carol. Warsaw is a club in Brooklyn. Yeah, I mean, I get that he's not, you know, in some ways, it's not your traditional avant-garde deep thinker artist, but don't I wouldn't sell Kanye short. If you talk to him, you know, he's brilliant. He's nobody's fool. I talked to him about quantitative investing. The guy's not stupid at all. He's very sharp. But you have to recognize that, like, his job as an artist is to be, like, transgressive and crazy. Yeah, he's certainly, nobody's asking for his, I don't think he's asking for anybody's sympathy, although it seems like sometimes maybe he is. The nitrous thing is part of his life too. That's true. That's a tough one, Robert, because it depends on how you define rap. Rap song, you know, rap has been around for a long time if you think about it. Epic poetry started in 300 BC. I think he's somewhat. I think a lot of artists, what they do is they hear stories or they think thoughts and then they play with them as ideas. You know, a lot of people to this day debate whether Jay-Z was even a drug dealer. My lawyer told me he was, but regardless, you know, there's a thing as an artist that you do when you borrow. Picasso said great artists steal. They don't borrow, they steal. You know, so there was this feeling that like maybe Jay-Z was hearing a lot of these stories that he was sharing on records. Yeah, rappers and Homer are pretty similar. I mean, they're just today's artists. Now, obviously, if you know, some of these rappers are garbage, but some of the poets in Homer's time were garbage too. You just don't know about them. Yeah, I'm not sure, Raul. That's the winners write the history. Right? Yeah, Will may have it more right. Here's an example of Homeric simile. Like a lion grown weakly in a cage and pining for deer, his appetite denied, the taste of blood held back by his keepers, and he is hungering for it. His wrath's consuming in him as he roams up and down his cage, for he yearns to be free and sally in the field. So it was with the tears of Odysseus. The key part is the epic simile. Yeah, you know Shakespeare is, you know. Yeah, he said, you know, just knowing Shakespeare is a superpower. And that's something the black community doesn't know. And the white community knew. It's like a little secret passed down to people, but of course it's in every high school too. Yeah, Homer was Wu-Tang Clan. I was a literature minor, so yeah. I don't do it. I don't focus on it anymore. But my child will learn all the world's great literature. There's no doubt about that. I just don't want my child to be a writer or something. Rap was invented by the blacks. If you believe that meter was invented by blacks, you know, Shakespeare was using meter. Chaucer was using meter. Who invented meter is your question. You know, here's one of my favorite raps. Okay. You want to hear a rap? Here's a rap. Check this fire out right here.
Oh, that this too solid flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew. Or that the everlasting had not fixed his cannon against self-slaughter. Oh, God, how weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable seem to me all the uses of this world. Fie on fie, 'tis an unweeded garden that grows to seed things rank and gross in nature, possess it merely. That it should come to this, but 2 months dead, nay, not so much, not 2. So excellent a king that was to this Hyperion to a satyr, so loving to my mother that he might not beteem the winds of heaven visit her face too roughly. Heaven and earth must I remember, why she would hang on him as if increase of appetite had grown by what it fed on, and yet within a month, let me not think on't, frailty thy name is woman, a little month, or ere those shoes were old with which she followed my poor father's body, like Niobe, all tears, while she, even she, oh God! A beast that once discourse of reason would have mourned longer, married with my uncle, my father's brother, but no more like my father than I to Hercules, within a month. Ere yet the salt of most unrighteous tears had left the flushing in her galled eyes, she married. Oh, most wicked speed, to post with such dexterity to incestuous sheets. It is not, nor it cannot come to good, but break my heart, for I must hold my tongue.
You guys know this one? Knitting Factory in New York City. Scully's in high school. You want to see another funny one? I saw this on YouTube today. No, sorry, I saw it on X. You guys gonna laugh at this one.
See you again, Michael.
Apparently this was all an act.
Autistic reporter Michael Falk joins us now with his interview. Nice to see you again, Michael.
I cannot see you, Brooke. I can only hear you.
Right.
Okay. Hello, Brooke. I finished speaking with Brian Wasserman 26 minutes ago and have been standing here since then waiting for you to talk to me. Watch that interview now. Brian Wasserman used to live in a very big mansion. Now he lives in a tiny jail cell. Is living in prison different from living in a 40,000 square foot mansion in Westchester?
Yeah, it's different.
How is it different from living in a 40,000 square foot mansion in Westchester?
Well, it's every second of my day is accounted for. It's just day after day of rigid routine.
Rigid routine. What is the rigid routine?
Well, we get up at exactly 6 a.m.
Yes.
Exactly 6:15 a.m. Everyone is counted.
Counted.
Yeah, we have to line up 7 times a day to be counted.
Line up and be counted.
And then there's the food. I'd never tasted such terrible food.
How long do you have to stay in the line?
We have to walk in lines everywhere.
Do you have to make that line straight?
Oh, yeah. Well, frankly, I always thought you didn't have to do anything in prison, but we have a work detail, and it's hard. Just yesterday, I spent the entire day stacking crates, just one on top of the other.
I like to stack.
You do?
Yes, I like stack crates, stacking crates.
Yeah, well, it's hard work.
Yes, stacking crates.
Yeah, I don't mean to complain, but
One on top of another,
I realize
on top of
what I
another,
did
on top of
was
another, on top
wrong.
of another.
I just want to serve my time, and maybe I can get out of here and get back to my family.
Why do you want to get out of here?
For my family.
Can you stack your family?
What?
I want to be in prison.
No, you don't.
I want to be in prison.
No, you don't.
Yes.
You see, it takes its toll on you. Well, you wear the same clothes every day,
Yes.
and you live in this tiny little box.
Yes. Yes.
And there's hardly any human contact.
How do I get to live here?
No.
How do I get to live here? I need
you
to go to
don't-
prison now.
I don't think you understand.
Now.
You see, this is a scary
Now.
place.
Now.
I mean, sure, there are normal guys like me who are in here for
Now.
embezzling and fraud, but
that takes too long.
we
I need to go
also
to prison
have
now.
violent
I need to
offenders.
go now.
I mean, the guy in the next cell over, he robbed the convenience store and shot the cashier.
Robbed a convenience store.
Yeah,
I
so,
shot the cashier. Shot the
you know,
cashier. Okay.
I mean, it's a
Make sure the
scary
cashier is
place.
dead.
It's rough.
Make sure the cashier is dead.
Yeah, swag. There are some professors that are a little better. That's why my high school was so great, and why I donated the most amount of money ever to my high school. Because they did a very good job of making the subject matter interesting. It's tough for kids to focus on something like that. Or to, you don't have a lived experience to see the genius in it. The South Park where they read Salinger, pretty funny. And in response to Salinger, they write something called Scrody McBoogerballs. They're like, we can write a more offensive book than this. Portfolio's down more than 16%, down more like 20%. I ain't scared. Okay? The only thing I fear, I don't even know what I fear. It's less than yesterday, Raul. I'll tell you fucking that. Sarepta's fine. I'm not. Sarepta, I'm down like 10%, 15% on one position. Wifey's not angry at all. I talked to Wifey. Wifey's nice and pregnant, nice and distracted. She doesn't know what's going on. Oh, yeah, that was, some people consider one of the best rock albums ever made, the Neutral Milk Hotel. Neutral Milk Hotel. That was okay. I thought they usually have a bunch of fanboys. There are some great poker players. There's a professional named Harbs. It's not gambling, Michael. It's not gambling. In the airplane over the sea. Classic literature? I don't know. It's not my game anymore. Joyce is usually what the learned class will tell you to read. Joyce is like for real literary nerds because it's too complicated to understand. Joyce spent like a decade writing his book, or his books, trying like to deliberately make it so that like you couldn't understand it unless you spent a decade studying it. It's like this meta game. Joyce invented the word quark as well, for what it's worth. So enterprise value, UnitedHealth, $343 billion. It doesn't look cheap to me. The problem with health managed care, let's put it that way. The problem with managed care is that you can't grow, right? You can't grow. Proust. There's Goethe as well. A lot of great literature. So you can't grow your company, right? Don't you ever tell me what I'd be better off doing or not doing, okay? Don't you ever do that again. You're lucky to get a glimpse of me. Him's decided to raise some capital. I don't think that's a big deal. Oh, yeah, Ken, we're working on that. We know EQS needs to be better. EQS is one of the most important functions in these systems, and we are well aware of that. And, you know, Bloomberg's EQS is kind of a pain in the ass to use, personally. Of course, it's better than ours at the moment, but we think we can make a brand new EQS that's really great. They've never improved their EQS in the last 10, 15 years. I remember the old Bloomberg EQS. But our EQS will be the best EQS that's possible. And there's some improvements to EQS that I'm going to make that only a true trader would understand, a true investor. So I'm really looking forward to that. Because Bloomberg just doesn't have that kind of connection with their customer. You know, if you read YC and all that, it's like, you got to know what the customer wants. And they don't know, because they've gotten so big and fat and lazy. Even like, you know, what's that retail brokerage or retail screener, Finviz? Even Finviz is like kind of better than EQS.
China.
EQS is Bloomberg's command for equity screening. We have almost like a placeholder for it. Like, you shouldn't even really use ours yet. But, you know, we'll have one that's really rock solid. If your child has muscular dystrophy, it's got to be the most heartbreaking thing that could happen to anybody. I mean, forget money. You know, that's the worst possible thing. Money, jail. I mean, none of that stuff matters. You know, muscular dystrophy is real tragedy, and it's a scientific thing. It's a genetic thing. It's solvable. But, you know, what they say, the greatest minds of my generation are focused on how to make people click internet ads. Take that mind and save somebody's life. No, Finviz is similar to EQS. If EQS was a website, it'd sort of be Finviz. Yeah, I mean, the Bloomberg keyboard isn't mechanical. The Bloomberg keyboard is kind of trash, to be honest. So, this is a Bloomberg keyboard. The colors don't make any sense. The color coding doesn't help you in any way, shape, or form. The only thing it really does is tell you which button is the equity button, which is, you know, F8. But if you use Bloomberg for more than a week, you don't need to remember that F8 is equity. What the hell else does it do? It's got a little biometric thing to make sure you're not stealing from Bloomberg, which I don't care. You can share your Godel account. I might care in a year or two. For now, I don't care. And it's got this, like, kind of got a microphone in here, but that's all it does. It's really a trash keyboard. Doesn't make any sense to me. Bloomberg's $2,000 a month or so. I think they raised their price. We're $80 a month. Yeah, in the old days, they rented you hardware. So why would we copy them? Why do we want our users to have hardware? Now, if we can come up with a new hardware idea, you know, we're game. You know, I've got this brain interface device. Maybe traders will wear that. But why would we, you know, that's like, you know, you want to be like Kanye, you copy his clothing, you copy his style, you start talking like him. You know, we're copying the parts of Bloomberg that make it number one. We're not going to copy the parts of it that are stupid, like having a left-wing editorial board or editorial writers or their crazy pricing system or their 2-year contracts. We're not going to copy that. And then we've got ideas that they'll never have because they're not like me. Mike hasn't made a trade in 35 years. Now I'm getting angry. Now I'm getting angry. I don't know if that's a good idea, Peso. Yeah, like I'd rather package a drone with it. I think the Control Labs wristband could definitely be used instead of keyboards. You want me to hit a cold call real quick? Bloomberg's worth probably $300 billion. Anders, you call me a noob again, I swear to God, I'm going to go find you. Make sure you don't graduate. RGC is going to get rug pulled. Oh my God. Wait for the rug. This is a good idea. We're working on it. Don't worry. Don't worry, bro. Yeah, that's Marco. RGC is not really a real company. It's just too thinly traded. These things have been around forever. Power Glove would go hard. What is up with my hair? Am I balding? Ladies used to love Shkreli. I'm not getting that love anymore, bro. It's alright. That's cool. I should look at Pure Tech. Every guy worries about going bald someday. UNH was just very overvalued before. I say the company is not growing, but you can see the revenue is growing. But it's hard to grow healthcare premiums because only price grows, right? Your units don't grow. How do you get more people to sign up for your HMO? You know, I'm looking at these financials. When I look at these financials, it's a lot like the same as this.
Let's see which way the wind blows.
Same shit. Look at the financials. Oh. It's your boy. How? I like the recommendations. Ah, jeez, so many great lyrics. I don't think Andrew Whitty should be CEO of UNH. Throwing some shade right there. Okay. Okay, here are the individuals, which in the industry they're called lives. Yeah, Akiro, still bullish. this is really important. These are really important numbers. So here's commercial risk-based. So you can see most of their customers are not actual insurance, they're fee for service. So you got about 29 or call it 30 million people. Then they have Medicare Advantage, Medicaid, which they've lost share in, I guess. I don't know if that's maybe a good thing. I have no clue. Didn't Trump say there was going to be some huge announcement? I don't know. I just remember Whitty from the GSK days. Not saying he's a bad CEO, just... And then finally, part D. Oh wait, this is commercial global 5360. So it looks like they got out of rest of world. So it's just a US company. So like, you know, you're talking about you know, there's only so many people in the US, right? No, I haven't heard the Polish rap. Yeah, so I'd stay away from UNH. It was just extremely overvalued before. It's only overvalued now. Capper's coming very, very soon. It's gonna go to $1 or something. What's up? Up to you, Don. I mean, the guy's a murderer. I mean, it's nothing positive about Luigi. You know, just murder people because you don't like the way they do business. That's crazy. Right? What the fuck? How could anybody support the guy? AOC's probably in love with him. Anavex, I mean, once the once it's clear that drug doesn't do anything, the stock will go to 1 or less. Yeah, it's supposed to be the Trump drug pricing thing, right? He's going to hammer pharma companies. That's why a lot of the drug stocks, I think, are going to... Exactly, Kev. The media's had this, like, subconscious hate for capitalism, for American success for a long time. They hate themselves more than anything else. And, like, there's been a rejection of this pretty clearly with the vote, with even commercials and the way men and women are treating each other. There's a bit of a desire for, like, that alpha male, you know. It doesn't mean that you can't be sensitive, or it doesn't mean you can't be educated or worldly, but it also means that, you know, there's just certain things that, you know, certain ways you look at the world, and, you know, you won't necessarily compromise on them, or, you know, you're not willing to do certain things either. So I think that there is like there was a drift. Can you short it, Skilo? I mean, everybody thinks it's a zero, but I think it's this one of these just like super. Not quoting Kaczynski, not an anti-technologist. What I'm saying is that the media promulgated this philosophy, this new sort of progressive philosophy that was taken to an extreme, and there was a rejection of that extremist progressive philosophy. There's nothing wrong with progressivism, but when you've got people talking about some of the things that were talked about, you know, it got to a point where the masses started to say, I'm not comfortable with this, I'm rebelling from this. And again, you know, I think you can... There's a fine line between, you know, indoctrination and flexibility. Yeah, you got it. Exactly. Yeah, so if you look at free cash flow for UNH, it hasn't changed since 2021. No, nonsensical nonsense, because the premiums, the rates just go back down. Because the MLR can only be so high. It's a very weird business. MLR is like basically the reverse gross margin. And so it's interesting that MLR has gone up. So you get a one-time benefit, but then next year you renegotiate your deal and the premiums drop a lot. And drugs are only so much a medical spend anyway. I like Fridays too. Okay, MFN is a little bit different. MFN is a little bit different. MFN is good for drug companies, but it's also kind of good for... MFN just kind of just makes sense. Most favored nation's a good policy, depending on how it's implemented. It may raise prices. I agree with tofu there. That's one of my main things I've been saying for years. That's true, Darren. You should do that. Just opened just opened Instagram. It's kind of cringe and loud. Sorry. You know how Instagram is, sensory. Bio and pharma aren't that effective, in my opinion. But they exist. It's pretty high conviction. Hypocrite. No, Dennis. It is not a trading platform. I had thought that years ago as well. Return of the Baggies, Baggy Part 2. When baggies fight back. So yeah, free cash flow of United Healthcare has been like, I don't know if you see this chat. I should probably put this right here. These cells here I'm highlighting. 20 billion, 20 billion, 23, 26, back to 21. What do you pay for 20 billion in consistent cash flow? 22, evidently. Well, most people would say 10 times. Right? Eight times, Eric. Cheapo. You cheapskate. I mean, don't forget, while these cash flows have been steady, there's nothing steady about the American healthcare system. And there is no United Healthcare of Europe, my friend. So you're basically sitting on a ticking time bomb of cash flows. That's why 8x makes more sense. How long will it take for the healthcare system to collapse? No, personally, I don't think it's ever going to collapse. But you're not exactly buying a railroad. Railroad's been around hundreds of years. Take it or leave it. You got until next year. These stocks used to be 6 times earnings a long time ago. And all it takes is there to be a revaluation based on just how people view these kinds of stocks as growth stocks, as shrinking stocks, or, you know. And that's why you know United Healthcare is diversified a bit. They do PBMs, they have a product division, but ultimately still a whole lot of managed care. No, I think I don't think it's a short, but I'd say it's not a long. I think people like to stunt quite a bit on ARC as kind of like the deep baggies, but I don't know, I like ARC. I have a soft spot. Obama. Sezzle. Deep baggy, like deep value. I don't know, Apex. Hard to say. What do you think cash flow will be this year? I'm not saying they're the best fund or the highest performance, but I don't feel comfortable shitting on them. Customer of Godel Systems. Damn, Robert. Well, I mean, D-Wave's up a lot too. Maybe not exactly that much, but still a lot. I still think it's... I mean, Sezzle had like good results or something, right? D-Wave had the same results. SPY down 11 bips. Maybe getting back to normal here. Cycles of pain. Do I have this right? Made a typo in the 2021. No, I guess not. Conviction on Sarepta is like 9 out of 10. Yeah, D-Wave, you can't say you're profitable when your bookings are 0. That's a little hard to do. Their number of customers dropped. Is that normal for a company that's about to turn profitable and losing lots of money? Usually your number of customers is going up, your revenue's going up, You guys act like I just woke, fell off the turnip truck. It could be a lose-lose, depends on how it's implemented. Pharma's not stupid, they're gonna raise prices on Europe. Europe doesn't want drugs, that's fine. Yeah, I don't see any rush to get into UNH. Yeah, I think that's right. William and Miltix. Maybe Humana's better. I don't know. Yeah, Strepta might get sold. I definitely don't buy on Takeover either, but you guys know how the Spotify Jam works? Ah, here we go. I gotta invite people to my jam. Here, you can jam with me. I don't know what this means. Not a metalhead per se. What the hell is this? Who changed my song? Man! Putting Creed on? No, man. I was jamming. Changed my shit to Creed? The fuck is this? Okay, some of you guys are trolling, but I have to end the jam because you trolling. Nah, we ain't doing that. Sorry. No more jam. You guys abused it. It's funny, is they don't make the UI easy to close the jam, which is hilarious. Oh man, these are all my jams right here. There's no borrow in RGC. I'm not a metal guy. This is like metalcore, kind of. I'm like the emo Michael Burry. I recommend Python. Python's the shit. Python's the best. I'm gonna play this one song. You guys might like it. It's old classic. It's one of my favorites. It's also a great music video. Sorry, Matt.
How can you see into my eyes like open doors, leading you down into my core, where I become so numb without a soul. My spirit sleeping somewhere cold until you find me there and lead it back home. Wake me up inside. Wake me up inside. Call my name and save me from the dark.
Oh, this is the alternate history of what Martin Shkreli could have become. This guy, or one of these other guys. Who's a LARPer, Chad? Possibly him, or him. Save me from the cabbies. Oh no, she's gonna fall.
You can just leave me, breathe into me, make me real, bring me Wake me up inside. Wake me up inside. Call my name and save me from the dark. Bid my blood to run before I come undone. Save me from the nothing I've become.
Not really, Cypher. I mean, D-Wave's up a lot, but Rigetti's down, Ion Q's down 4%. My longs, like Charles River, just went up 30%. Were you long Charles River? Like, I literally bought the bottom of Charles River. The Hims Palantir trade started working yesterday. Disrupt is up a little bit. I am still long Dawn. Yeah, it's similar to the Eagles, you're right. We're short Qbits and 10x down. ASM lithography. Oh shit. Rap rock is a little cringe. Vivid is like this weird long-term thing. Oh yeah, I love that song. That was one of my favorite songs to play on guitar. Feels like my YouTube's a lot louder than my Spotify. Who's Tupuria? Non-compete is very bizarre. Yeah, I've never heard of that. Love this song. Alright, so the next stock you guys wanted to look at was Carvana. Because Qbits nuked my portfolio. Whoa. Martin does not seem successful with shorts. Oh boy. It's only been 20 years. Google's your friend, bro. Tell them what's up, sleeves. Alright, we're gonna do Carvana. Might play one quick game of chess before Carvana. We are still short. E-Wade. E-Wade. Safa, whoa. You are fucked, Martin? What does that mean? You know, I might have to start the radio. I might have to start the radio. Some of y'all. What is that radio call-in studio? You guys wanna... You guys have some balls, huh? Some fucking balls on you. You wanna call in? Call in. Come on, let's see you call in.
Ready to connect. Click connect to show now. You are connected as the host. Welcome, host. You are now in the host room and can manage your callers from the call-in studio web interface. Audio recording is on. Dual channel.
There you go. There's the phone number, 608-830-9900. If you're not a coward, you'll call in. Talk some shit. Gangster Party Hotline. Bagahonjo's too shy, man. Portfolio shockingly up slightly for the day as D-Wave starts to drop. Let's go. Give me that rebound. Let's go. I don't know, man. Where are the callers at? Thought you guys are... Here's a guy. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hi.
Give me that rebound.
These guys are pussy. The call, connect, and drop. I have your phone number because you called. Should I call you again? Should I call you back? You disconnected. What happened? You got shy? Oh, pendejo. Hello, what's up?
Hey, Brian, what's up?
Chilling, you?
All right. Just wanted to say hi.
All right. Hi,
Been a
bro.
big time for a long time. Take it easy.
Thank you, brother. See you later.
All right.
I'm looking for some shit talkers. Where you at? What's up? What's up? Talk some shit.
Hey, how you doing, Martin?
Good. How are you?
Very good, very good. Is there any particular topic you're talking about today?
No, I'm ready. I mean, I'm kind of looking for some antagonists. But
Oh, shit, man. Well, let me just tell you what I'm doing. I'm on a job site right now. I'm a construction worker, but you know, like many people after the pandemic area, I got into fucking around with the stock market on the mobile apps, and lifetime I'm down over 100,000. But yeah, so I've had to take that on the chin and start studying. So basically, the most intriguing development so far is I started using some of these large language models to help me come up with loosely automated
well, let me ask you this
valuation tool.
Let me ask you this real quick.
Yeah.
Why do you want to invest?
Well, I guess, you know, it's game-like.
Okay. There's a lot of games you could play. You could play Call of Duty. You can play League of Legends. You can play chess. I mean, why this? What makes you think you can play this game well? Because, like, for example, I used to play basketball in high school. I was not so bad, if you say so myself. I had a nice white boy jump shot. But, of course, the problem was I couldn't play in the NBA because it wasn't that good. And, you know, if somebody said, Scarlett, you should play in the NBA, I'd say, hey, man, listen, I love ball, but I just can't do that. But when you play in the stock market, you are trading against guys like me, Steve Cohen, quantitative bots. Like, it seems really, really tough to do. You know what I mean?
Right. And so I do realize that at face value, you know, it sounds just like a complete disaster, which it has been. But so some slight background, you know, basically going back to your question of why am I interested in it is I'm not a college graduate, but I do have approximately like 100 college credit hours. I chose to study a wide variety of topics. I could never narrow down to what I did want to choose, but I actually, the only classes I ever achieved, you know, 4.0 in were the business courses, the accounting courses, and that was an identified passion for me.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the direction of life, coming from a very humble background, you know, I just needed to start generating money to live, etc., quickly, and I did operate a small contracting business somewhat successfully as well, and ultimately my 100,000 losses amount to roughly like 1/3 of my net liquidity. So I didn't bet the entire farm.
Yeah. Listen, I mean, that's cool, but I guess the point comes in, you know, enjoying it. I don't know if that makes you good at it. And to me, like, you know, I worked on Wall Street for a long time, and, you know, it was just one of these things.
Are you there, Martin? Did I lose you?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just reading some messages. It was just one of these things where, you know, working on Wall Street, you see how the sausage is made. It's such a tough thing to beat the market or try to, you know, outperform. So I guess, you know, from my perspective, like, there's a little bit of
well, right. So well, here's the other thing is I'm the kind of person like you know, when I was a young child, my parents took me to the pool and I dived right into the deep end, not even knowing how to swim. So I'm kind of a best learned by trial and error. And so, like I said, yeah, it's a devastating loss to have to go through. And after that happened, I even took an entire year off of any stock market activity. But you know, last year I traded quite a bit. I broke even for the year.
Well, I guess one question I have for you is, do you have the time to invest full time given your work? How many hours realistically can you put into the market?
Right. So along those lines too. So I'm a seasonal worker, so I'm a contractor during the warmer months. So during the off season, that's why I spent probably close to, I would say 60 hours a week, researching and starting to develop this tool I have.
Yeah,
so the whole point is not to just blindly make short-term trades, leverage trades, and things like that, but to actually do something like you do, the valuation models, the individual stock analysis, to identify mispriced value opportunities.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's great. I think 60 hours a week is enough. You don't have to be a super genius to do well in the market. You do have to have discipline. You do have to have a little capital. So I'm with you, and whatever way I can help, I'm happy to.
And so part of my my passion too for it is that so for example, we're in the company I'm working for now has a 401k fund, right, and it's kind of frustrating how that is. We don't have access or control over the investment vehicles, and just tracking their performance over time, just placing the funds in the
I do have a
index.
hater here, so I want to go quickly to the hater. Hater, what's up? Hello, hater, are you there?
Yeah.
Hater, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm wondering why. I feel like that's not your main account. Investment account that you're buying Qbts with Ion to.
Okay, I can't hear you too great. Did you say buying?
Yeah.
I'm not buying these stocks. Do you think I'm buying them?
We're putting.
Pudding? My brother in Christ, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Yeah. You going to college, dogs?
What?
You gonna go to college, dog?
I can't hear you.
Are you gonna go to college?
I'm already in it.
Okay. What are you studying?
Cybersecurity.
Got it. Okay. Well, good luck with that. I try not to talk to underage individuals. It's just people get it twisted.
I guess if you, but no, you do realize that telling people, like that last dude lost 100K. He probably bought Ion Q before their earnings.
And I bought Ion Q before the earnings.
I guess it's not financial advice, but like.
Wait, what?
You're just losing people money more than anything else.
You think so? Did I tell you to press the buy button and do what I do?
Definitely not, but you're a genius, so people are going to listen.
Okay. So if they listen, they listen. I mean, I can't control their decision making, but I'm down 20%, not 90%. So.
But my guess is that that's a 30K account that you're just showing to the stream for fun, correct?
It's not $30,000 is not my net worth. It's not material to me.
I know. Yeah. I'm saying that's
I get what you're saying.
That's just a fun account that you use for fun. That's
more or less, yes, more or less. It's meant to be instructive, not fun. But yeah, fine. Correct.
Yeah. But thank you for your time.
Yeah. No
I love your stuff. So.
Okay. Cool. Thanks, hater. Not much of a hater. Where the other haters at? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yo, what's good?
Hey, what's going on, Martin?
Chillin'. How about you?
All good. Can't complain. I wanted to ask you, do you ever LP in other funds?
I don't really talk about that publicly, but I certainly could be.
Yeah, I was just curious because I'm going out. I've been running a small kind of investment company, mostly like doing deal by deal participation agreements through like an SPV on a one-off basis. And finally, like institutionalizing, hiring admin, auditor, whole thing. And I was just wondering if you have any advice of, beyond the track record and deck or whatever, what types of things, an institutional person, might look for like a structured credit strategy in public markets.
I mean, you certainly want to, sorry, I'm just reading some craziness here. I think you need a network, if you're not seeing lots of different kind of, trying to see if I can make this. Yeah, this is a good move here.
Yeah, I mean, I have good pitches going on. Like I have 4 or 5 meetings set up, all guys with net worths above 100 million.
Yeah, I mean, if you're getting no's, that's one thing, right? If you're getting,
I'm not getting no's. Basically, the main feedback I've gotten is like, going out for 30 to 50 million, and the main feedback is like, this is too small. Like, how do you deploy more than that?
Yeah.
And I want to say, hey, give me like $1 million for the GP. I could hire out a team and have boots on the ground.
Yeah.
But it's just like an awkward conversation to have. Trying to like think about, hey, like if I tell you I could deploy more money, then that's a little out of strategy from what I've known how to do for the past 7 years. But if I don't make this bigger, it's not what you want. So ethically, I don't want.
I mean, I think you can find investors that like smaller funds, and again, there's you just have to ask around. So if they're saying no, and also keep in mind if they're saying no because it's too small, a lot of people say no in different ways. But if they just say no, they're saying no, one way or another.
Yeah, they're not saying no. They still want to write checks.
Well, if they write checks, your fund's growing. Keep doing it.
Yeah, like they're still writing checks. It's just like they're not writing checks from institutions. They're writing them as individuals. So I'll talk to like an asset management feeder company, and they'll be like, "Hey, like show me your track record." I show it to them.
Well, like I said, you may be talking to the wrong investors, right? So like if they're saying no for whatever reason, it doesn't really matter, what they tell you. If they're saying no, that means you're either talking to not enough investors or the wrong investors. And if you talk to firms that are too big for you, you're talking to the wrong investors. So for example, a lot of startups say, you should raise money from A16Z. And A16Z is a fantastic firm, but they're not going to be great if you're a brand new startup looking for 500K. They're great if you're Palantir or Anduril and you need to raise, $1 billion or something, then it makes more sense. So I feel like, it's just something to think about in terms of, getting the right, getting the right investor to match with you it requires a little bit of that, are these guys the right size and stuff like that?
I mean, my problem isn't I haven't really been getting no's. Like it's been going well. I want someone to invest as an institution so that they kind of get behind growing AUM from like 30 to 50, like 100. And if they're investing in
you got to find the exact firm that's perfect for you, whether it's an insurance company or there's a lot of firms and, it sounds like you're matching with firms that may be a little too big or whatever the case may be. And that's, it's something that you got to just be wary of whenever you have an investment company. You meet with, a mega fund, they're going to say, well, thanks, but, this is too small for me. You meet with a guy with a dentist with $100,000, he's too small for you. So you got to find the perfect fits. And, the perfect fit could be an insurance company that writes $5 million checks or, a really high net worth guy, a family office guy, right? There's lots of, you just got to keep kind of searching for, and, some of it is just being direct. Like, I'm looking for somebody who can invest up to 5 million. Is that you? And a lot of guys will kind of like say yes, but they really don't. do that. And then there's like, I don't know, there's lots of like ways to qualify people a little bit better. Like you can also ask other investors. I mean, usually these guys have big portfolios, so you're not like stealing. If you have really close investors in the same field, you're not really like stealing investors from each other or something like that. It's hard to get other people's relationships, but it is something you can do. Then there's, hiring people. It's not crazy to sort of hire somebody or compensate them on, sort of having a money raising relationship. So just try to get out there as much as you can.
Find. We already explored that path. We actually almost sold half our GP to like this investment bank that wanted to raise for us. Too many compliance issues, like FINRA regulated entity owning a piece of a hedge fund. It's like not a great look, I guess. So we've been in that. But yeah, we have finders and stuff. Like I said, like it's been pretty easy to find $500K to $1 million check. Just like I want to find someone to take a piece of the GP who has like kind of almost be a mentor also. Like I'm not young, I'm 35, but it's still I've never managed like much more than 20, 30 million.
Yeah,
So
I mean, one group to talk to is Soros. I mean, he's they're always seeding funds, investing in funds. I mean, they kind of invented it. Could be a good group.
I don't know how to get in front of Soros. If I did, I would have done it already.
Well, he's got 300 guys working for him. You don't need to talk to him.
I wasn't aware that he did asset management.
There you go. That's you're supposed to ask your network. Now I'm in your network, right? Are you?
I appreciate it.
You're a Godel customer?
Sorry, what was that?
Are you a Godel customer?
No. When we launch like this new fund with all the infrastructure, we'll have like a budget for tools, and we'll absolutely be buying it. If nothing else, just to see where it goes. Like I like the product roadmap you have, but to be honest, like we do structured, like we're mostly credit guys, right? So we'll do structured deals in public markets, and like I don't know that the full suite of products makes sense. Like it seems like it's more for a long short fund than for a credit fund. But
you're killing me.
Let's try it out.
You're killing me. You're breaking my heart.
I mean, hey, I could give you some feedback of things like particulars. I work in
feedback.
Mostly. I'll do like private investments in public equity.
Feedback.
Like, I would love to see stuff like with dilution features, like stuff that shows me like fully diluted shares outstanding. Like if you had a bar on a stock chart that shows where warrant overhang is, that would be pretty cool.
Okay. I mean,
stuff like that.
For $80 a month, I could put you in touch with the team that funds guys. You know what? Man, that's disrespect.
Hey, if you
that's disrespect.
I will pay way more than $80.
That's disrespect
to guys like this. So
that's what the whole point is. We got. I'm just flabbergasted. I'm sad. Really, I'm disappointed. I might cry. It's a frustrating. It's a frustrating thing to hear. But no, I wish you luck. And I know a lot of people. And obviously, look, anybody that's a customer of mine, I treat. It's $1,000 a year, so it's only $80 a month, but it is $1,000 a year. And anybody paying me or paying our company, I treat really well. So sign up, and we'll continue the conversation.
All right, you told me. I'll throw in an order this afternoon.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got it. Now you have a public sale on live.
Yeah, that was sick. Thank you.
Pretty cool.
I did it.
So now, like, you have really important social validation.
There you go.
Your product.
I love it.
So,
yeah, no, I appreciate it.
Anyway, thanks for chatting.
Oh, anytime, brother. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Okay. Let's talk to this guy. Hey.
Hi, Martin.
What's up, man?
Not much. I'm a pretty huge fan of yours, so it's pretty cool to be able to talk to you. I guess I
I thought you were a hater.
Sorry?
I thought you were a hater.
No, I wanted to talk to you. No. You actually helped me immensely. I'll be honest.
Great. I'm happy to hear that.
I've just a little bit of a background on me, I guess, since everybody else gave one. So I'm a securities lawyer, actually, and I've been able to average about a 25% return a year, like by myself. I started watching your content, and honestly, one of the things I picked up was the importance of diversification. So, you know, you've really helped me with that. I guess I just wanted to get your thoughts. Like, are you still bearish on the market this year?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, you know, macroeconomic opinions are kind of like the old saying, they're kind of like assholes. You know, everyone's got one. You know, there's just not a lot of value in being a macro person, if you ask me, because it's just a really, really tough space that doesn't lend itself to like lots of easy success. I think the people that do macro, they're more like artists than they are investors. And, you know, some of them are great, but I just want to be clear that I'm not one of those people. Like, I don't know macro that well. And, you know, so while I've looked at equities for 25 years, you know, and I feel like there's a obvious overvaluing, you know, overvalued market, I still feel like, you know, I can't, you know, fully kind of like say that I'm quote unquote bearish or something, because, you know, it's really hard to predict these kinds of things. It's super easy to get it wrong. So in any event, that's kind of where I stand. I mean, I do think the market's overvalued. There's not much growth. The multiples are a little crazy, but, you know, that doesn't mean you should go net short. I think, you know, it could just mean having shorts at all. And then just in terms of being a securities lawyer, you know, there's, you know, Charlie Munger is also a securities lawyer. There's tons of other lawyers that become great investors.
Yeah, I mean, I'm based out of Toronto right now, and I kind of wish I was in the U.S. Like, I'd love to get to like a Florida, so that's kind of something I want to do. I feel like even with my pay and like, you know, what I've been able to get as returns, it's still kind of hard to live, which is pretty insane. So, I mean, your picks have helped me out a lot. I really like ADMA. I've invested in that. I have a buy order on that for like 1930, which I think is good, and obviously I'm going to average cost down. And I do a little bit of my own analysis and whatnot. But
what stock do you like?
I wonder if I. Sorry.
What stock do you like?
ADMA.
No, I mean outside of that.
Sorry, maybe I can't hear you.
What stocks do you like in your portfolio that you could talk to me about that I don't know about? Why don't you pitch me something from your portfolio?
Okay, so there's a Canadian stock I like called Dye & Durham, right? It's down super bad. They're actually a legal software search, and I don't know if I like them because of the stock or I like it because, you know, I actually use the product day to day. I don't know if you're going to look at like a Canadian shitco, but I mean,
what's the ticker?
If you did, it would be kind of cool.
Yeah, of course.
BND.
BN. Can you spell it out?
BND. Yeah, if you look up Dye.
I see it. Yeah. Dye & Durham.
Yeah, it's a fairly small position right now because I think
it's not a shitco.
That's been crazy. So.
I mean, I wouldn't call it a shitco, would you? 600 million.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, but that's the only one that I think I have that you don't. So I watch your show quite a bit, and I'll do my own analysis. But your stock picks have been pretty awesome.
Thanks.
Right, ADMA's a huge one. I picked up Sarepta at 36, so that was pretty good.
It'll work out.
And you know, I don't do shorts. I don't trust myself. I don't know how to do it, and you know, I just don't trust it. I feel more comfortable doing longs and holding for the long term. So I don't know if you'd recommend me to maybe do ETFs instead, just because I am a lawyer and I don't have a lot of time. But
yeah, I mean, one way I know a lot of people that have shorted the market by just simply shorting SPYs. You know, so if you don't want tons of beta in your returns, because otherwise, you know, everyone's going to say, and you're going to think in the back of your head, oh, you know, I'm just making money because I'm long. And when the market goes down, maybe you'll be down 30 or 40%. And, you know, you'll feel like, you know, oh, I could have been short or something like that. So there's a lot of it's pretty hard to, you know, be a truly good long only investor, because you kind of have to like find a way to either protect yourself either through cash or through some other like bizarre mechanism where you can protect your downside, because beta is a real thing, and there's a lot of correlation between individual stocks, and if the stocks you're long all go down when the market goes down, your track record and your returns will be a little lousy. Now, if you don't care because you'll just sort of hold till the market comes back, that's fine. But it's just something to think about. I think if you also have to kind of take the plunge. I mean, if you want to be a professional investor, just do it. If you like investing more than law, just do it. You'll find somebody will hire you, and you'll start on Wall Street, and you'll figure it out from there.
Yeah. Do you think there's a career do you think it would be better to go to like a Florida? I don't know how I feel about New York, to be honest with you. I'm in Toronto right now and I hate it. I feel like I'd rather a low tax jurisdiction. I'm kind of surprised that you still live in New York. I mean, obviously it's got like a lot of appeal, but it's got a lot of drawbacks too, in my opinion.
This is where I was born. A lot of investors here. No, Florida's great. A lot of guys in Florida.
It's just hard to break into as a Canadian, especially now with everything going on. I mean, I'd love to come. I think Mr. Trump would probably like to have me. I'm certainly not going to change the politics there, but that's a different conversation.
No, I think it's great. I got to run, but
yeah, pleasure talking to you.
Likewise, brother. See you later.
Even though I'm not a hater anymore. If I'm ever in New York, we should. I don't know if you do lunch with people, but I
would love to.
Happily pay.
Would love to.
So,
all right, brother.
All right, nice meeting you.
Likewise.
Bye.
Okay, not too many haters. Not too many haters, unfortunately. So can't take calls all day, unfortunately. But I need a producer to screen the calls. Begajandro. All right, Carvana. Stock has been a rocket ship. The capper. Not really Iontron. What you be smelling like, bro? Where the bad baggies at? Thanks, Paul. Yeah, of course I expect that's my life set. That's my life. That's what I've done my whole life, Seth. Ethan's got it. Ethan's got the value. How do you get value out of Scully? Ethan's got it. Dead to rights. How do you get value out of Scully? Watch and do what he does about a week to a month later. Man, I'm too fast for these people. Too fast. Too furious. Aw, shit. One of my favorite songs ever.
Screams are felt as a wave with the stoplights drive through the streets as gunshots punctuate the night. Besides, we take dividers from our faith, and the morning dove gets caught in a telephone wire. A slip you set the fire in your own house, and the night was a knife that cut. Now paralyzed, cross out the eyes, draw the lines, tearing this canvas from the wall. Cross out the eyes, put lines through these cries, hold all the leaves from the trees that fall.
Chop suey.
Silent dance beneath dead into this hospital bed. Voices from another room happens all the time.
you guys may know, I started a record label with Jeff, the singer of Thursday. This is actually Thursday's second album, theoretically.
It was the first time face to face, crossing the line, talking to the other side of death, hearing the words that choke, memories into flat lines, calling your name, hoping for something to wash these dreams of you away. Till we
Jeff is a pretty good writer, man. This is when I heard this music, I thought it was very different music, very beautiful, in its own way, similar to when I heard Eminem's album for the first time. And if Kanye's new song shocks you, Eminem's old songs were very shocking. They were hard to listen to. I mean, on one of the songs, he kills his ex-wife, his ex-wife. It's very graphic, very hard to listen to. So, are you drum mic? So I think like Law Dispute is one of my favorite songs for the bands for the same reason. Yeah, you know the song. I know he did. I'm an Eminem fan. Now, why is the volume on my Spotify so low? Someone can diagnose this, please. Doesn't make sense. Well, if you bought the Cube, the D-Wave puts the very tip top of today, they're pretty. Is like OBS somehow like interfering with this, or? Thanks for the hint. I gotta practice guitar, man. I suck. I haven't played in forever. Who's ABR? BFMV? I could probably guess. Sounds like probably metal. I can remember songs, but I do forget them too. You gotta practice, you gotta rehearse. August Burns Red, there you go. A bullet for my Valentine, that's old school. What's up, Anonymous? The Bled was like awesome. Last Straw was a local band here that was really good. I'm still looking for a co-host. Trying to find some, let's see. Let's take a look. Okay, let's see if there's like a portfolio. Balenciaga. Crime in Stereo, let's go. Yeah, Junior's probably gonna be Ford Artists. Oh, isn't there Model Mayhem? These models are too serious. What do you guys think? This is serious modeling. This dude will be my co-host. Wow, she's gorgeous. I don't think all models are meant to be hot either. Here we go. You're doing too much, bro. You're doing too much. Cody knows the lingo. Eating. Okay, off screen I have a different kind of modeling agency. These are not normal models. Maybe I need to go to a talent agency. Hey, yo. The hell? I'm looking for somebody, you know, a little classier. Something like this looks like a television anchor. Perfect for CNBC. Sure, anonymous. It's the same singer. This was his band before Circa. They need it, Preston. Searching for New York and getting all this non-New York stuff. That one's just slowing down. Maybe I should look for people interested in finance. I don't know, you guys gotta put me on to somebody. Yeah, I'm trying to find a co-host, not a... Oh, fuck. Who was that, Natty? I don't know, Oscar. I don't like index funds, to be honest. This guy's not even trying. What are the lyrics, you think? Grr, 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 grr. Just barking. Ruff, ruff, ruff. I don't know. I just don't know real estate, to be honest. I'm sure there's some other people that are good. Dreams in your dreams. Oh, yeah, no, I think she's got a job. There was one girl at Yahoo Finance anchor. Kate, was her name Kate? Do you guys remember? Julie. It was Julie. No, that's not who I'm thinking of. In your dreams. I'm thinking of a former. More of an anchor. Katie Couric? No, I would cover Javad. I don't think you're going to get that price. It could be. I'm talking about all that. Who is the Yahoo Finance girl? Still short. Lizzie Holmes, let's go. I don't think you have to learn WebAssembly, but I'm not the perfect guy to ask. Ask the person who interviews you. No Papa Roach, no. I'm not sure, Commingle. I mean, they raised guidance, so to me, quote unquote missing doesn't do anything. My attitude. Easy. I think Shoeball, but we could go to a different production office or a different studio. We don't have a studio here. Let's beat TBM again. Between the Buried and Me. I've been to one or two of their shows. I never liked emo core or metalcore. I like some melodies. Just guys that are like, do, put the ball. Christy? Christy would be a good co-host. I know, Weeble is such a good short. Yeah, I like Surf a lot. No corn tool or 9 Inch Nails. Stop it. I like Tool, but I don't listen to Tool. Oh, let's go. Such a metal name, Remo name. Protest the Hero. It's almost too, it's like, so, yeah. I hate bands like that. Pierce the Veil. X the Y. Are any of those bands good? Other than Poison the Well? Lamb of God is definitely one of those amazing bands. I didn't enjoy listening to them necessarily, but it was very, very decent strong music. Desa, a little Desa. Let's go.
As far as supportive, he would have to support me financially.
I like a man that has money, that has goals in life.
Let's go, Joe.
Till my head hurts of the pain. With the extra hours I picked up, we will pay for everything.
This is a great album. Yeah, this company is fucking insane. Nirvana's is. We're on Q, man.
And I think that's great.
Well, so that like fucking all the other shit, like go off your bed and shop. This shop's perfect example. No more shop.
Yeah, but we were really fun.
I did.
I hated it. Whatever. It's too mom and pop for me. Traffic's kinda bad. The widening easy street to fit more SUVs, to planting baby trees, to grow to shady peaks. A little shelter from the sun, or the upper tax bracket. Here on the cul-de-sacs, we're not giving back to the community. Repent, cause we can't afford to be generous. There's closing costs and a narrow margin. So go on your degree, and we'll take you out to lunch. You can work for us, but you gotta eat them all up. Yeah, one more mouthful and we will be happy then. they all gotta trust you. Yeah, who's got time to die? Oh, the floors are clean, the color scheme it come mess me every time. So no one stars in this cattle town.
Further improvements for game development.
So when I joined Rigetti, getting close to 2.5 years ago, Rigetti was already on the path of open modular architecture with the multiple chiplets, so chiplet approach, which I very much liked. One of the main reasons I agreed to take this job. The big issue with Rigetti at that time was our fidelity. And we were in the mid 90s for the 2-qubit gate fidelity, which is a critical metric. And that's why I focused the company exclusively on that metric, not worried about increasing the qubit count or any other metric. And from mid 90s, we went to high 90s in 2023. And last year, we announced that our latest system that we have deployed on AWS and Azure now, we call it Ankaa 3, that has 99.5% median 2-qubit gate fidelity with this particular kind of gate that we call FSIM. For some other generic gates like iSwap and other gates, it's a 99.0% median 2-qubit gate fidelity system. So 99 to 99.5 is where we are. A significant, almost factor of 5 higher than where we were when I joined the company. Our focus will continue there. I mean, that is the critical metric even right now. 99.5 sounds good, but frankly, it's not good enough. We need to get to 99.8 and maybe even 99.9% fidelity before we can really use quantum computers for commercial applications. Our focus will continue to be on fidelity. But what we have said is now is the time. At 95, it didn't make any sense to increase qubit count. It honestly makes no difference at 95% fidelity, whether you have 100 qubits or 100 million qubits. The performance is the same because it's just dominated by the errors. But at 99, 99.5, here we are today, now we start making a difference. So what we have announced is this year, we want to demonstrate more than 100 qubit with our chiplet approach with 99.5% on generic gates and 99.7% or something on FSIM gates. That's what we are targeting for this year. And then next year, we will continue to ratchet up the notch. We'll go up in fidelity, we'll increase the qubit count, and that's where we'll go.
You mentioned that the tiling of QPUs to increase qubit count, that is part of your roadmap this year. Maybe just spend a minute on sort of that approach. I think it's unique, or at least Rigetti was first to market with a tile-based architecture.
Yeah, that's a fundamental differentiating factor for us compared to other players in the superconducting gate-based quantum computing world. We believe in open modular concept. So our entire stack is designed in layers, if you will, where we can separate out the layers, incorporate new innovative solutions from outside, like NVIDIA CUDA quantum layer or Riverlane error correction, whereas IBM and Google have the philosophy of designing a quantum computer like a mainframe computer. So fundamentally, we have a very different concept of how a quantum computer should be architectured than some of the other players in the superconducting gate-based side. Within that, the key differentiator is the modular chip approach, which is the chiplet. So we are definitely leveraging all the learning that the CMOS industry has done over the years. If you take any advanced CMOS application right now, whether it's a GPU or even your iPhone, fundamentally, if you look at the 3 nanometer and 2 nanometer node technologies, you are using chiplets. And the main reason for that is it's a lot easier to build physically a smaller chiplet and control all the uniformities across that distance than a single monolithic die and try to control everything across larger distances. And we find the same reasons are true in the quantum computing world as well. When we build physically a smaller chiplet, it's a lot easier to control everything on that dimension than a larger single monolithic chip. And so we started working on that in the 2018, 2019 time period. We have filed several patents. Many of them have started getting issued now. So we are the first ones to enter this area with the chiplet concept. And we have one of the systems we deployed on AWS a couple of years ago used the chiplet concept, so everyone knows it works. We have shown that it works. And now we are going on to starting to tile more complicated. So now we have done it with 2 chiplets a couple times now. Now we are going with 4 chiplets. That's our key milestone that we want to demonstrate this year is 4 9-qubit chiplets, so a 36-qubit quantum computer where the performance is same or better than a single monolithic die. And that's the key milestone for us. As far as we can tell, that is the only practical way to scale up to thousands and hundreds of thousands of qubits. We just don't see how you can build a single chip with 100,000 qubits and control it well enough to get performance of all the qubits identical. Whereas when you build smaller chiplets, it will be a lot easier to build 100 or 1,000 qubit chiplets, pick the right ones from your wafer, and then tile them together for a system, just like what they do in CMOS right now.
And I guess in the CMOS world or the chiplet world, you do have some size limitations by the size of the substrate, not necessarily the size of the reticle limit anymore. But do you see or envision, at some point running into similar limits with the tile approach, or do you think you can get to tens of thousands or maybe even hundreds of thousands of qubits using a tile approach in a single package?
What you said is exactly right. I mean, everything that the semiconductor industry has gone through over the last decade in perfecting chiplets, we will be dealing with the same things. Now, the good news for us is a lot of groundwork has already been done because of the semiconductor industry and the CMOS industry pioneering chiplet approach almost 15 years ago now, if you go back and look at it. So a lot of the fundamental issues on how do you take the substrates, how do you do packaging, how do you do cross wiring, and all those things have already been done. So we can take advantage of the last 10, 15 years of semiconductor industry know-how and take that into the quantum world. So we are definitely looking at what is the packaging, the state-of-the-art packaging done in semiconductor CMOS chiplet world and carrying that over here. But yeah, we will run into the same issues that the CMOS industry ran into and solved it. The good part for us is they have solved the problem, so we can latch on to that right now. And none of our dimensions, our qubit dimensions are a lot more forgiving than a state-of-the-art CMOS transistor, almost by an order of magnitude. So our qubit dimensions are 30, 40 nanometer, not quite the 3, 4 nanometers that you are dealing with CMOS. So that also allows us much more, and we are not going to be building millions and billions of transistors on a single, or chiplets and that kind of stuff. So we are talking about thousands and tens of thousands. I know that sounds like a lot, but when you compare it to CMOS, we are still dealing with orders of magnitude less here. So we think we have an easier task to scale up chiplets because of the work that CMOS industry has done over the last decade or so.
Got it. I'll have one more on sort of the tiling or networking, but some of your peers are looking at quantum networking to connect multiple QPUs together. Is Rigetti looking at that, or would you envision at some point needing a quantum networking capability?
Yeah, there is a philosophical difference here in how we view quantum computers playing in the ecosystem compared to some of our peers. Our peers definitely view you have to create a separate network of quantum computers to get quantum computers to be practically usable in data centers. Our view is that quantum computers will coexist with CPUs and GPUs and use existing networks to make them useful. So we fundamentally believe in the concept of hybrid computing compared to a completely separate network needed for quantum computing. And that partly that comes from the fact that our gate speeds are comparable to CPU and GPU. So we can envision a world where they can all coexist right now. But when you deal with trapped ion and pure atoms, when they are 10,000 times slower, almost by definition, they cannot work with CPUs and GPUs correctly without creating some massive buffers and all kinds of problems. So in some ways, because of their gate speeds, they are kind of forced into thinking about those kinds of things, whereas we at least have the alternative of using and leveraging existing networks. Having said that, we are looking at quantum networks ourselves. There are some specific applications where you will need quantum networks. And that's some of the work we are doing in the work of converting microwave signals to optical signals. You have seen a lot of press releases from us in the last few months where we are working with companies like Qfox as well as with Harvard, MIT, and some other organizations where we are converting microwave signals to not only just optical signals, but also fiber optics. And that we think is the right way to potentially network quantum computers, certainly with classical computers, but with each other as well. So we are doing our part in quantum networking, but our philosophical fundamental difference is that we believe quantum computers will coexist in a hybrid setup. So quantum networks is not a necessity, but a nice thing to have, as opposed to you need to have it.
Got it. Okay. Wanted to come back. You had mentioned the Google Willow announcement from last December. I think one of the very interesting parts of that announcement was that Google was able to show, sort of better, quantum error correction or reduced error rates as you increase the size of the error codes. And so wanted to spend a minute. Can you sort of just discuss Rigetti's work that you're doing? And I know some of this is done with Riverlane, but what is Rigetti's approach to quantum error correction, both in terms of, are you looking at surface codes or low density parity check codes, and explain the partnership with Riverlane? What does Riverlane bring to the partnership?
So sure. So we fundamentally believe in error correction. Error correction is an absolute critical element of any stack. Without error corrections, you will never have working computing systems, including the current classical world where we all use computers because error corrections work. So quantum computers are no different. We will need error corrections. So far, error correction has not been the bottleneck because, frankly, fidelity has been just the dominant factor here. But as we get to this 99.5s and 99.7s and 99.9s in the future, error correction is going to be the controlling limiting factor for the system's performance. So that's where we were doing our own error correction, but we saw the innovative solutions that Riverlane in Cambridge, UK. It's a company of comparable size. We are about 140, 150 people in Cambridge, UK, and they are doing some excellent work in error corrections. That's their sole focus. So and our open modular approach allows us to incorporate these kinds of innovative solutions from outside, as I mentioned earlier. So we decided to partner with them, include their error correction code, and that's what we are working on right now. You're right. The big part of Google Willow chip announcement, besides the high fidelity of 99.7% 2-qubit gate fidelity, was also demonstrating surface error correction code. And certainly that's a very important demonstration because for the first time, anyone showed that as you increase the number of qubits, your actual cumulative errors come down. They don't keep increasing. And that's what error correction can allow you to do. So great result, great paper. But obviously, surface error correction codes have their limits. I won't go into all the details about different types of error correction codes. But you mentioned linear density parity code, which is what is used in major commercial conventional computing systems right now. And for the same reasons that classical computing uses LDPC codes, we also believe quantum computers are going to need LDPC codes. So we call them QLDPC codes. We certainly think that's going to be needed a few years from now when you really get into commercial applications. And so we are working with Riverlane right now on how to first develop QLDPC codes, and then how do you incorporate them in the stack. Exciting work. You will continue to see more press releases coming from us and Riverlane in this area. But
I was just going to say, I think you recently, both companies recently won an Innovate UK award to, I think, help fund some of that work, correct?
Absolutely. Yeah, we Innovate UK and the government of UK in general, with the National Quantum Computing Center, they have our physical quantum computer there. It's a 24-qubit system. What we announced is that the government of UK wants us to upgrade that to a 36-qubit system, including the chiplet approach. They want to see how the chiplet approach works. And then in parallel, we want to bring in Riverlane now and take their latest error correction codes. Not quite QLDPC yet, but one level below QLDPC. But the important part is the important focus is going to be real-time error correction code. Google's demonstration was exceptionally good, but it was not real-time error correction code. What we want to show is that not only can you have these fast gates with superconducting, but you can actually do error correction at the rate at which you are generating the data, which is important in the long term. And so we want to demonstrate real-time error correction codes, and then eventually that will go to real-time QLDPC kind of codes. That's what you really need to get into the commercial applications.
Before we get into some of the customers and sort of other awards, you'd mentioned the work you're doing, I think it was with Qfox, hopefully I have the name correct, in the NQCC in the UK on optical readout, but maybe spend a minute. I think you've talked about, as you're scaling quantum computers, like control signals, coax cables, is a limiting factor, and it looks like you're working on optical capability that I think reduce the heat load in the cryo chamber. And so maybe spend a minute with sort of that discussing that award and the work you're doing on optical readout.
Sure. So right now, if you look at all of us, the leaders in the superconducting gate-based camp, we are roughly at the 100 qubit level, and we are all using dilution refrigerators today. And we are all using coax cables to do the signal in, signal out, and it works, obviously. The challenge we see is as we go from 100 to 300, 500, and 1,000 and above, physically you don't have enough room in the dilution refrigerator unless you start building massive dilution refrigerators, which is a whole different complexity by itself. So we need to somehow figure out physically how we can fit in all the signal in, signal out cables. One obvious approach is going from coax cables to flex cables. Flex cables have been around obviously for a long time, but flex cables, we have these multiple stages because we also have to cool them down, cool the chip down to 10 millikelvin. 10 millikelvin, I'll repeat that. That's pretty close to absolute zero. So we need different kinds of cables, flex cables, sometimes thermally insulating, sometimes thermally conducting, sometimes electrically insulating, and so on. So it gets quite complex as to what kind of cables you need at different stages. To convert all of the coax cables to flex cables is a challenge by itself. The whole industry is going through that along with us. So that's the first thing that we need to tackle is in the next year or two, we need to go from coax to flex cables. I think a lot of the work, early groundwork has already happened along with us, but there are many other companies doing some excellent work in this area. So we are pretty confident we will be able to move from coax to flex. But again, once you start getting to 100,000 qubits and above, which is what you need for fault-tolerant quantum computing and utility-scale quantum computing, basically the DARPA goal. DARPA wants us to be able to build a quantum computer that can do utility-scale quantum computing, which means hundreds of thousands of physical qubits. We cannot fit in even a flex cable in a practical dilution refrigerator. And that's where we start talking about optical signaling. Well, obviously, to use optical, fundamentally, the way superconducting circuits work, we are restricted to the microwave frequency. We are talking 4 or 5 gigahertz, which is microwave frequency. So then we need to figure out how to convert microwave to optics. And that's what the work so far has been, along with Qphox and other organizations like Harvard and MIT, where we are focused on conversion of microwave to optical signals. One of the nice parts about the paper we got with Qphox that came in Nature Physics a few months ago was we showed that you can actually do more than just open air optics. We can do it fiber optic, which makes it a lot more practical to implement. So now we can start talking about putting a fiber optic cable inside a dilution refrigerator to bring your signal in and signal out. And that's a lot more practical than a flex cable. So when we start envisioning systems that are more than 10,000 qubits, where flex is not going to work, we think fiber optic is the way to go. So right now what we are doing is basic research on understanding conversion of microwave to optics and loss and everything that goes with it. So we are staging the technology, if you will, but in a couple of years, 3 years certainly, we will be ready to put on fiber optics inside a dilution refrigerator, and we think that's what's needed to get to the DARPA milestone of utility scale quantum computing in about 5-6 years from now.
Yeah, and I was going to go sort of there next with some of the recent announcements and awards, but DARPA's quantum benchmarking initiative is certainly a big deal in the quantum industry. In early April, Rigetti and several other quantum computing companies were invited to participate in the first round of that program. Maybe spend a minute for just giving the background of the QBI initiative at DARPA. What is ultimately the goal? You'd mentioned the utility scale quantum computer by 2033, and just sort of funding available through this program, and sort of what are the next steps as you progress to a final company that is awarded that program.
Yeah, sure. So we are excited to be part of the DARPA Quantum Benchmarking Initiative, the QBI program. A lot of the information about that program is available publicly, so you can just go and do a search on the internet to get access to the information. So the openly stated goal is that DARPA wants us to build a what they call utility scale quantum computer, which would basically, we have used the word fault tolerant quantum computing before, but kind of similar to that. So essentially you can do any practical application significantly faster and better than what your conventional computing can do. That's the goal. Timeline is 2033. It's a man on the moon, moonshot type of an initiative. They really are pushing all of us, saying, how will you get us there? And frankly, that timeline is far faster than what we were internally contemplating, because we are to get to what they are asking us to do. We are talking several 100,000 physical qubits. That's what you are going to need. You are going to need 99.9% 2-qubit gate fidelity or better. You are going to need faster than 10 nanosecond gate speeds. And you are absolutely going to need real-time QLDPC type error correction code. So 4 things again. So you need probably more than 100,000 physical keywords. You need 99.9% or better fidelity, faster than 10 nanosecond gate speeds, and real-time QLDPC type codes. Assuming you can get those 4 critical things, and there's probably 100 other things that I'm not going into right now, but assuming you can get those 4 high-level things, you will be able to demonstrate a utility-scale quantum computer. And that's what we propose. That's what we will do. Challenging task, exciting project. Yeah, we are proud to be part of the initial 15 companies that they have chosen. We understand probably 100 or so companies applied for that. And in a way, it kind of helps everyone understand who's where right now. So we are proud to be part of that group of 15 that got chosen for phase A. In 6 months, roughly, there's going to be a phase B decision, and that's a very important decision. Obviously, we want to be part of the go forward group. My guess is they will probably reduce the number by a factor of 2 or factor of 3. So you're talking about 5 to 7 companies at that point. Our goal, we know we need to demonstrate what we have already publicly stated. We want to demonstrate the multi-chip architecture, the chiplet architecture. We want to continue to show higher fidelity, faster gate speeds. That's what we want to show. Right now, for phase B, error correction is not that important because we are still dealing with physical hardware situations. But then about a year from now is phase C, which is where you are going to be dealing with 1 or 2 companies. And that's where the award becomes substantial. It's going to be in the hundreds of millions of dollars at that point. They haven't disclosed the final number because in a way they want to keep it open to depending on how many companies and what exactly is being discussed. But it's going to be a substantial award for the final 1 or 2 companies that are going to win it. We are talking hundreds of millions of dollars. But that's really where we want to be, and that's where we definitely need to get to our milestones that we have publicly disclosed by the end of this year and continue to improve on fidelity and qubit count and gate speeds to get to that milestone. So it's an exciting milestone. We are really proud to be part of this project, and that's certainly driving our roadmap right now.
Yeah, no, it's a definitely an exciting project, fun to watch, and it'll be very interesting as we move into the fall to sort of see who's selected to move on to phase B. So good luck with that, and we'll certainly be watching. Another customer announcement. This one definitely with an air towards commercialization of quantum computing is your collaboration and strategic investment by Quanta Computer in Taiwan. Obviously, many investors, I'm sure, know Quanta Computer, a very big player in the computing world. And so spend a minute just sort of discussing your collaboration, what both companies have committed to as part of this collaboration in terms of funding and developing quantum technologies, and just touch on the investment, which was also part of that announcement.
So Quanta Computer, based in Taiwan, is well known. I mean, they are a big time ODM player in the computing world. About last year, they were about $43 billion sales, and growing very rapidly. One of the main drivers of their growth right now is GPU servers. They are a very, very close partner of NVIDIA. So as many of us know, NVIDIA designs the chips, TSMC builds the chips, and usually companies like Quanta take over at that point and build the rest of the hardware around it. And they are the ones who are physically selling those systems to the cloud providers, the hyperscalers, Amazon, Microsoft, and so on. So that's the way the current GPU ecosystem works. Quantum Computer on their own fully understood that quantum computing is the next big thing after GPU, and they have been looking at where to invest. Our understanding is they concluded that superconducting gate-based is the right area to invest, just like many of us and along with big other large companies. And then within that, they talked to many companies that are in the superconducting gate-based camp. They looked at where we are, what our roadmap is, and chose us. So we are really proud to be chosen by, to some extent, Quanta Computer. From our side, we knew that long term we needed an ODM player. It doesn't make sense to build CPU, GPU, FPGA boxes in Berkeley, California, which is where I am. That's not exactly your high volume, low cost manufacturing location by any means. So long term, we knew that we needed to choose the right ODM player to partner with in this area as the volumes increase and we go commercial. Frankly, we were a little surprised that an ODM player of the size of Quanta would be interested in quantum computing at this earlier stage, because we are still talking about R&D right now. And historically, ODMs don't dabble that much in R&D. Quanta is an exception among the ODM players. If you go back to their history, they were one of the first ones to invest early in laptops, which is what enabled the whole. Most of the MacBooks from Apple right now come from Quanta. That's public info. And one of the reasons they are NVIDIA's biggest partner is because they were one of the earliest ones to invest in GPU technology. So their philosophy of being relatively early among all the ODMs is continuing. They are being relatively early from the ODM side to invest in quantum computing. We are really happy to partner with them. Our cultures in that sense match. We both think of the business as a long-term. So anyway, so it's a long-term strategic partnership. One part of it was they essentially gave us $35 million to get about 3 million shares. So it came to about $11.59. That's a token investment. That's typically the way large Asian companies work. They want to show that they are part owner of the company, and that's great. But the more important part is they committed to investing $250 million over the next 5 years in the non-quantum portion of the hardware stack. So if you look at a quantum computer, there is a chip, there is what we call a QPU unit, then there's the rest of the hardware, which is quite a lot. There's a dilution refrigerator, there's all these cables that we talked about earlier. Then there's several layers of firmware and software on top of it. So it's quite a bit of investment needed in each of these layers of the stack. And certainly on our own, we were doing everything all these years. But as the business starts increasing in size, it makes sense to focus on what you're really good at. And clearly what we are really good at is the chip design, the chip fabrication, and the immediate layer of the hardware and software that comes after that. Then when it gets to the bigger complex racks and CPUs, GPUs, FPGA systems, ASIC systems, that's really not Rigetti's strength by any means. It doesn't make sense for us to keep doing all that work. So we view it as a very favorable. Essentially, their investment helps us reduce our R&D investments in future. So we view it as a very strong ODM partner that is committing $250 million besides that additional $35 million that they gave us. So very strong partnership. It is a long-term strategic partnership. We both of us view this as a solid 20, 30-year kind of a partnership, just like what they have done with NVIDIA in the GPU world and with Apple in the MacBook world.
Perfect. We've got about 5 minutes left. Wanted to sort of switch. I know, some of the questions we've gotten around quantum computing is and certainly Rigetti is in the development stage of developing the technology. U.S. government and allied government funding is important. And so maybe just, can you give us any updates, sort of that you see right now? I know there's sort of the reauthorization of the National Quantum Computing Act that's still in Congress. Can you give us any updates on the status of that? And I guess related questions we've seen from investors are, the Department of Government Efficiency has been making a lot of cuts in the government. Have you seen any quantum programs fall victim to DOGE? And I guess, maybe tangentially, lots of focus on the government right now on tariffs. Has tariff talk kind of distracted the government from, some of these other initiatives? I know that was a handful.
Yeah, no, but so let me take the tariff one first. I mean, we are in R&D. Fundamentally, most of our cost is R&D cost. We are not buying a lot of components and we are not selling a lot of finished systems. So tariffs are relatively insignificant in the big picture. Of course, we watch it. It's still a contributor to our cost, but it's not a big deal. The other question, which is more important, is the government funding. NQI reauthorization is absolutely critical for companies like Rigetti long term. And as of today, that hasn't happened yet. There's bipartisan support, as you probably have heard from us and other companies. The original bill should have been signed last summer, actually. Didn't happen. Obviously, a new admin has come in. There's still bipartisan support. Literally, there was a hearing in the House just a couple of days ago, and I could see the transcripts. I wasn't there, but I could see the transcripts. And there's continued bipartisan support. All indications are, even Trump has made a few statements saying that he supports quantum computing. So we don't expect major glitches, but it hasn't happened yet. And that's a critical piece of legislation that we need not only to get passed, but appropriated, because it's a $2.5 or $2.7 billion bill over 5 years. So almost $500 million or so. So that we are eagerly awaiting signage of that bill and appropriations of that. DoD funding has started, as you can clearly see from the DARPA contract. And then another award we announced is with Air Force Research Lab for one part of our stack, which is that ABAA technology. So we'll continue to get more and more of those kinds of things, but we certainly are eagerly awaiting for the bigger thing to get released. I'm sure many other companies are waiting for that as well. But our focus is definitely on technology. In the meantime, our financial situation has improved a lot because of the money we have been able to raise, as well as Quanta Computer helping us out on that front. So we feel pretty fortunate that we are in a very good position financially right now to stay focused on technology milestones. And hopefully the US government funding will resuscitate quickly.
Well, yeah, hopefully it'll get signed. I know we're sort of up against the end of the session, but if I just wanted to give you the opportunity, if there's any, there are no questions from the audience. So were there any last minute thoughts or any important points I didn't ask about that you'd like to share with the audience?
Just that fundamentally we are super excited about this area, the potential for this. However, we believe we are very much in the R&D stage right now. We believe what is critical is technology milestones right now, and getting to that. That's how we solve complex challenges and enable large business opportunities. So again, thank you for your interest and all the questions.
Yeah, no, thank you for joining us at the Needham conference. We really appreciate it, and look forward to catching up after earnings next week.
Take care, Quinn. Thanks.
Okay,
man.
take care. Thanks, everybody.
AI is older than quantum. When I say quantum, I mean quantum computing. Yeah, I like that he's honest and he keeps saying research, research, we're in research. Girl, I'm gonna sell a baby's name. Amazon. It's a long way till August, Gerardo. You gotta wear a suit. Yes. No, wait, like literally, yes. Yeah, Jason does. You know, Bocon's wrong with No, why would it be a clear buy? Why would you pay 15 times for a null grower in a structurally flawed business model? You assume the U.S. healthcare system is going to be like forever be this spout of earnings? I don't think so. Mo or Mo Khan? Still long Sarepta. Still think Hims will underperform Palantir. Port update is the disaster. We're just all in on short D wave. All in.
China.
All in. Let me work on Ubiquity. I'm just doing something else for Godel right now. I have to program, I have to do all this stuff. I basically just stripped down the portfolio to just short D-Wave. I think I still have short Rigetti, still short IonQ, still long Sarepta, but I just, because Schwab called me fucking crying about it. I sold some of them just to, I mean, I don't know what I'm going to do with this account, honestly. I'm not happy that they let me short it and then got upset when I threatened the financial integrity of their institution. Acting like it's a big deal or something. And Schwab definitely called me. Yeah, I think you're right. He sounded a bit off. Ooh, doo-doo. The weekend will be very refreshing, I'll tell you that. I need a week. I need a couple days away from this market. I did everything right. did everything right, and they indicted me. No comment on Akiro. I mean, data looked fine to me. Maybe some people thought it would be better or something. I don't think Pfizer's along now. Yeah, Joey, exactly. Anybody want to see me try to make program Godel? It's gonna be tricky. Ow! Ah! Man. All my No, I don't want to go long Pfizer. That's interesting, Tengel. I'm always interested in foreign biotechs. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? The whole office humming it. Shit, you recognize it. It's catchy because you racist. It's catchy because you racist. Ah, shit. I shorted the stock D-Wave, and I'm gonna get a little aggressive with it. If you hedged your short, you couldn't, there you go, Mexot. Mexalomanic. Yeah, we're trying. I hate React so much. Deprecated shaders. What the fuck? I don't think we use Vercel. Gotta make that bread. Yeah, Rijo, absolutely. Hell is this? All right. We're vibe coding, baby. We ain't even thinking about it today. Don't gotta use no brains. Nice, Noah. Nice trade. We're turning devs into noobs. Absolutely, Mac. That's always how it is. Every time. It's alright. I'm about to go from ashy to classy. I'm not following Howard Hughes' situation too closely. You know, people break rules too. I mean, every now and then you're supposed to break rules. Vector DBs? Mm-hmm. 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 I'm not 16K in the hole, I'm 6K in the hole. 5.5. Then we go 0 DTE, double it up. You guys wanted me to do I asked you if you want a full degen account or a normal, how I would trade normally, but a little more aggressive account. That's basically what you got. What you got? I like Sarepta right here, right now. I'm just like, I think the S&P will be fine over the long run, but I hate to be intellectually dishonest. I know, Mech. I want to do that pretty bad. Oh, degen we'd be down 80. Down 80. That, I mean... Man, what the fuck is a type anyway? Types? I got no type. These guys are programmers. Got no type.
I don't got no type. Nah. Bad bitches is the only thing that I like. You ain't got no life. Nah. Cups with the ice, and we do this every night. I ain't check the price. I got it. I make my own money, so I spend it how I like. I'm just living life.
Yeah.
And let my mama tell it, nigga, I ain't living right. Chop the top off the Porsche, that's a headless horse. Extendo longest.
I ain't got no type. Untyped variables are the only variables that I like. TypeScript. Oh, the fuck out of here with that. Crisscross will make you jump. Salvas don't come around every day. What the hell is this? I'm trying to build. No, I cannot ignore. You are banned. You are banned. No PR for you. I ain't got no type. That's next. I don't need npm install. Oh, you might be right. Oh shit, you right, bro. Yarn. You try quickly at the bando. Let's go. I never let it go. Yeah, baby. This shit broken, bro. That's true, Maddie. That's why we gotta take it away. We give it to him when we take him away. Fetch them shits. We use both package managers. I package manage. I run both. Man, PowerShell don't got no RMRF, bro. I should probably stash this whole... Come on, bro. Come on, bro. The hell is this? Made 16%. My man. The fuck happened? I'm down like 20%. That's a lot. Crazy. Huge amount. Hell no. we change this? Ah, we did separate it. That's what I thought. Yeah, I think the Kira results were in line. Genshin Impact. Kramer's bearish on all the quantum. He's particularly shits on Rigetti.
And I'll never get enough. They'll be feeding us. They'll be feeding on us. Just one more mouthful and they will be happy then. Yeah, one more mouthful and they will be happy then. All this golden cells, lovely empty space. They're building drugstores now until none remains. I've been driving now for 100 blocks, all 50 connectors, 60 parking lots.
It's a floss pick. Is that okay with you, Elm? Yeah, one more mouthful.
They will be happy then. Whoa. Yeah, one more mouthful and they will be happy then. Yeah, one more.
Yeah, it might be time to call it a day with hymns. Thanks, Raito. I'm tired. Tired, sick and tired. So sick of being tired. So tired of being sick. I just feel like I am dying.
Read a letter from a lawyer. You wanna take me out to dinner. You wanna bury me under a mound of shopping bags. Like it really make a difference or make up for your disinterest. I'm a bill you pay, I'm a contract you can't break. It's like I'm underwater or on an endless escalator. I just go up and up, but I don't ever reach the top. And it reads just like the Bible, 20 centuries of scandal. Yet all the ground. I'm gonna bury my blues so it's never found. Gonna learn to pay attention to the television sets. And if my sadness needs a catalyst, I'll just uncover my eyes. So much stimulus, and at the shopping epicenter, I'm an agoraphobic fit. So buy a fountain soda, put some sugar on my tongue. I'll wake you running some songs with no soul, with no soul.
I don't know. E-Wave is just crazy. I don't trade corn. Yeah, Chattanooga Quantum Complex. Let's go. Rep is now down. Wonderful.
I wanna pledge allegiance to the country where I live. I don't wanna be ashamed to be American. But opportunity, no, it don't exist. It's the opiate of the populace. We need some harder shit now. The truth's getting round. Each public school is a halfway house. We're hard till now, so we're up enough. There's not enough to fatten the cows and feed all of us. Is just a rationing of luck. What can't be bought gets raffled up. Oh God, good God, set freedom me. Your shining sea, turn the dirty green from the industry. Off the shores of New Jersey, I got a letter from the army, so I think that I'll enlist. No, I'm not brave or proud of nothing. I just want to kill something.
Even more than that, SH.
You just point and click, swing low, satellite, hot white chariot. In the computer's blue glare, bombs burst in the air. There was a city once, now nothing's there. A freedom comes at their expense, makes sense. Dollars and cents, they're stretching barbed wire across a picket fences surrounding your frozen death element. In case you lack the confidence of God, my God is straight to me. Those amber waves, purple majesty is nothing but backdrops for Disney. Look up close, it's superimposed on a blank blue screen. Yes, fantasy, fucking magic.
It's all good. Keith has done well. What each are you looking at?
talks makes his money. Tell her scamming off babies. He says the end is now by my policy. I'll make you young again. I'll make you young again. Whoa.
I know who Jeff Rosenstock is, yeah. What's your favorite Jeff Rosenstock jam? Like, it has to be a banger.
And the roar of the lion logo on the screen. He's hungry. I should buy some popcorn. So I exit the door, feeling blind in the sun. And the bobcats are tired. They ain't that fill up asphalt. 'Cause we need more parking. With so many roads and
I don't know him well. Plus, he doesn't like business people. He doesn't like Elon. He hates Elon. I'm somewhat constructive or bullish on Spotify. The Knicks and Rangers are worth more. That's just it's never gonna trade. If they announce they're gonna sell the asset, it'll go up. Yes, Jesus Christ, ask me the same question over and over again. Yeah, of course, Seth. Absolutely, Seth. Absolutely. I guess I don't look at the world exactly the way like that. I mean, so the way I look at it is, every drug asset has a value of some kind, and I'm mostly looking for differences between the market price and that true price, if you will, that I calculate. I use my experience in looking at drug companies and running drug companies to inform some of what I do. There's sort of two separate, generally, let's sort of like two separate parts to that, which are the development of the asset and then the commercial launch of the asset. Without one, you don't get the other, as you know, but the other gives you some boundaries for risk and opportunity. If the drug is commercial, it's usually relatively easy to price what it's worth. As you imply, most of the alpha comes kind of before drug launch, but that's not always true. Some drugs do better commercially than, they seem like they might. And what else can I say? So that's kind of like some basics. They can raise the prices of European drugs. I think that some of them would lose revenue in a lot of ways. For pre-launch, I mean, I think that obviously, there's a lot of ways to cabin it. You never can really tell, what a drug is going to sell. But obviously, some proxies or analogs are always nice. I take like 3 or 4 different approaches. Proxies, I do kind of like a bottoms up patient driven model. Then kind of my secret sauce, if there is any, is like a pharmacoeconomic impact model. So like I tend to believe that drugs will recoup the kind of pharmacoeconomic impact that they have. When you say common form, I'm not sure what you mean, brother. I really don't know what you're saying, Adrian. I'm so confused. Are you saying like something easier to use, maybe? Oh, okay. Yeah. Trading terminal. Yeah, we might do something. Who knows? We'll see. Yeah, this is a research terminal, obviously. Yeah, I mean, I guess the way I look at it is lost. I mean, the cost to the healthcare system that is defrayed by the drug. That's kind of the way I look at what the pharmaceutical companies bounty is, basically. What? There's a lot of VAD. I know at least 2 or 3 acronyms with VAD. What are you saying? Vascular assist device is one. I think it is pretty cooked, Shane. Because all the other muscarinics are cooked. So, like, it makes you wonder if the first Cobenfy study was wrong. Yeah, I mean, like, so for example, if taking Plavix reduces sequelae, healthcare operations, and costs by $5 billion a year, it would be very reasonable for the maker of Plavix to recoup $3 billion a year of revenue. And that's a win-win for the healthcare system. Even really all the way up to $5 billion. So that's kind of the way I look at that. Yeah, there's definitely some things changing, Strobic. Probably not, meme. There's not much TNF in the brain from what I understand. You just develop it in other diseases too. You know, for depression. Yeah, I think so, Sean. No, I just use my own guesstimates. There's a lot of experience that goes into it. Like, one of the biggest things I look at is scale. I don't know Ticketmaster that well. Gospel. I'm a Rufus. This song is so good. Yeah. At the Drive-In could have been the greatest band of all time. Bigger than Nirvana. But these guys couldn't keep it together. They had it, man. They had it. Hey, I'm happy to hear that, Nolan. Make sure you sign up. GoodLTerminal.com. Sometimes, Seth. Sometimes, yeah. Rare music is definitely something I do. It's unbelievable how few listens these guys have. Not really, Hemi. I don't know if they're that adjacent to Hot Mob. At the Drive-In is not adjacent to Hot Mob. I'd say maybe a little. Not gonna start a band.
Intravenously polite, it was the walkie-talkies that knocked the pins down as her shoes gripped the dirt floor in the silhouette of dying.
These lyrics.
Yeah, they had plans for him, and they had spun the last of the pimps. Polyester satin nail jewelry lips, while the guillotine just laughed again. And the paramedics fell into the wound like a rehired scab at a barehanded plant, an anesthetic penance beneath the hail of contraband. Dancing on the corpse's ashes. Find my way near broken bell into the wishing well, wishing well, wishing well. Find my way near broken bell into the wishing well, wishing well, wishing well. They had defected and been excommunicated, and all the pulses were subverted. And they made sure that the obituaries showed pictures of smokestacks.
This line is crazy.
A vivid dissection that mocked the strut of vivisection, a semi-automatic colony, and a silencing that still walks the streets.
He sounds exact the bridge guy.
When the company of wolves was a stretcher made of cobblestone curfews, as the Federales performed their custodial customs quite well.
Yeah, that's true, Seth. Yeah. I mean, you gotta love that DIY rock scene. You can't beat it, really. This is one of my favorite LA bands, I'm sure. You know, probably my favorite LA band. I don't know. No mandatory.
I'm coming to terms that I'm not concerned with letting my feet from moving onward. I'm growing older, but I can't get over the need of colder skin when I know that home is warmer. It's just I have this problem where I want to be everywhere I'm not. But I'm thankful done. It's not my fault. I'll try to call. No time, no roots, I'm fine.
In case you wonder why we use the tilde key for Touche Amore's song. This is why. This is the song. It's crazy, right?
I'm parting the sea between brightness and me before I drown myself and everyone and everything. I got my hands behind my back with the fingers overlapped, 'cause I can never keep my word, and I share with the undeserved for some cheap acceptance in return. The water will shake the sides, and I'll walk with my head held high. And when it all comes crashing in, it will be worth it if I'm still breathing. If actions speak louder than words, I'm the most deafening noise you've heard. I'll be that ringing in your ears that will stick around for years.
No, I wasn't short trade desk. If actions speak louder than words. I'll be the ringing in your ears. Wow, WWE had a really good performance. I'm not sure actually. That maybe 1,000. Like Schwab really doesn't let you go ham. Seth, talk to people you know. Ask them who they know, who might be interested. You kind of have to be a social butterfly. Go knock down a bunch of doors, you know? Yeah, right, Thomas. That's not what he said on the conference call. Man, I was gonna say that was bad advice, then I saw who it was. You guys know that's from. The single greatest interview in the history of interviews.
Nah, you interview Killer J.
Oh, okay.
All black, mask on, running through the crib and shit. One nigga run to the front door. I hop out, I start shooting. Bow, 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 bow. Shot the nigga. Bow, shot his ass. Bow, 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 bow. All the niggas run out the door, they run out the door. This nigga on the floor. Feel me? Walk up to this nigga, take his mask off his head. Looked at it, saw who it was. I'm like, damn. Shot his ass again. Bow. He screaming and shit. Ah! Boom. I shut the door.
When you took the mask off, you knew who it was?
I knew who it was.
Oh, wow. So it was an inside job. Well, you knew who he was.
I know who he was. I'm like, damn. Shot his ass. Bow. Go back in the studio, shut the door. All I hear is, doom, 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 doom. Somebody coming up there. I open up the door again, I start shooting. Bow, 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 bow. That's my nigga. It's Killer. He like, man, pass me the gun. I said, man, I ain't giving you shit, nigga. Fuck that. Bam, police pull up. That was the end.
These guys get shot up.
That was the end.
The other guys run off?
Yep, they left him.
They left the dude, they left their homie.
Mm-hmm.
Police arrive. It's clearly self-defense.
Casual. Self-defense.
Yep.
You still alive?
Just a little cash. Soldier the realest though. For real, for real. Soldier. Downtime? Which downtime? What are you talking about? Which Soldier Boy allegations? Yeah, tell me about it, Preston. Oh shit. Talking Epstein kind. Allegations. Dang. 4 million. Dang. Soldier. I guess, were you saying this type of downtime for you or for us, RJ? I'm not sure what you're saying. You haven't elaborated. Yeah, no Tesla for me. Everybody reports gap and non-gap. I mean, that's normal. Can't wait to take a nap. It's become clear. Keeps me here. Yeah, next week. I hope, man. I'm just gonna try to chill, smoke some weed. You know? Mashinsky got 12 is insane, bro. Yeah, some good ass lawyers. What? Good ass lawyers, bro. My demons away. I've never smoked weed, so I don't even know what to say. Favorite songs.
The proposition, hand cut to the block pit. How about you make people don't get fun at the limit? It takes a way out of this, it takes a way out of living. Are we just infants for the right for the training? The opposition can't feel the tentacle reach such a cup that numb arms of the elderly. Please let the way out of this, please take a way out of living. Let's let these blockers trip on endless room. Follow it out and I can choose her. Dilated, bastard waiting for nothing. Seconds caught and gone in. The gates of heaven, back stuck in limbo abduction.
Rocket Lab dunked, not pumped. Oh, he pled? He pled? Man, there shouldn't be any difference between pleading and going to trial. Yes, it is legal. Stay here, but I'm on probation. I'm on probation.
This intuition lives with a clean suspicion, holding space in the crease of this page. It takes a way out of this, it takes a way out of trickling the ticking of this grandfather clock. The opposition can't feel the tentacle reach such a cup that numb arms of the elderly. Follow it out and I can choose her. Dilated, bastard waiting for nothing. Seconds caught and gone in. The gates of heaven, back stuck in limbo abduction.
Yeah, I wouldn't change tars. Short interest doesn't report that fast. and Sony's. You know, Mike.
Searching to destroy. And honey, I'm the world's forgotten boy. The one who's searching only to destroy. Hey! 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 Look out, honey, 'cause I'm using technology. Ain't got time to make no apology. So radiation in the dead of night, love in the middle of a firefight. Honey, gotta strike me blind. Somebody gotta save my soul. Baby, penetrate my mind.
Boring is good. 1% a day would be the best ever. The key is the down days, right? Yeah, exactly. Close to impossible. If not impossible itself. If you're doing 1% a day, you might be doing something illegal. Yeah, Robert, I agree. ICPT was so strange. Yeah, we're long PayPal. Got a lot of portfolios. I don't know if tirzepatide hype will die down until sales have maybe doubled already. Lilly's got some other good stuff. They don't have any big patent expiries. It's a little expensive, maybe. Yeah, I really liked PayPal. I bought it immediately. With haste. You got the May 30 expiry? You'll be fine. This shit ain't gonna last that long. Look out, honey, 'cause I'm using technology. I got time to make no apology. Yeah, Amgen, it does look like it's well managed and could do quite well. The problem with all pharmas, as you know, is you have this little problem called, they call it generics, they call it biosimilars. I'm banned from Wall Street Bets. Yeah, they're also making biosimilars. That's true, but it's one way to look at a bad entry is like you will get good entries and bad entries randomly. So you get a really bad entry on D-Wave, okay, but the one thing you can control is your alpha. Well, maybe you can't control that either, but you can you're trying to gain alpha. And so if you have a bad entry on this, you might get a really good entry on something else that just gets you exactly what you want. Yeah, man, I created Wall Street Bets and they banned me, man. The idiots at Wall Street Bets think they can turn that into an asset that they can like sell or something, you know? They think they got a business or something, bro. It's hilarious. Somebody posted something on my behalf and it can be banned. Aimovig works. It's a regular ass drug, doesn't do anything special. I guess, Seth. I'm not 100% sure. Yes, Elkis, I recommended that. That's not terrible, Miltic. It dropped 70% peak to trough, and then 65% peak to trough, so should be good. I love astrology, man. That should work. That should work. Pure cringe distilled. AMC is AMC people that still believe are really funny. This is the specific portfolio / account, yeah. Good, Daniel. I don't really trade futures, but I will be. I will be soon. We're adding a lot of futures to our platform, so, you know, it's exciting. I'm gonna hang out with my colleagues for a minute, guys. They're lonely. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, Rigetti doesn't really try to get revenue, and if you listen to him on the conference call that he gave today at the Needham conference, he basically said, you know, we're pre-commercial. That didn't sound too exciting for revenue potential. What the hell song are you playing? Oh, it's that new Kanye. You crazy? You want croissants? Oh, don't die. I mean, that's half of Wall Street. Everybody loses money. Well, not everyone, but many, many people blow their life savings on options. That's just typical. Yeah, that sounds right, Bird. 10 logical qubits doesn't get you very far. No, logical is what matters. It's hard to grasp. It's hard to grasp for the world's greatest scientist, so don't be shy if you don't understand it. Who's talking about Dracos? I would change my gender if quantum was the future, correct? Like soon. It would have to be soon, like all this shit fell into place, like tomorrow I would straight change it. I'm done. You got the Draco? Right. What if Kanye did like next season? Okay. He did trying to read Preston stuff. If next season he did like more like Jewish attire and like Star of David symbolism, it's like he switched, you know? It's like new easy fashion season, man. Come on. Guess they have to. Yeah, Farcoin $1.38. Well, a transistor can't get smaller than an atom, right? You use a carbon-carbon atom as a transistor. That's as small as you can get. There's also topology, so keep that in mind. And just because something's small doesn't mean it's efficient. Theoretically, you could have something large act as a transistor. If it was more heat efficient, it's okay. But you know, I'm no physicist. What do I know? Is Adobe still pirated? I didn't know that. I don't think they care because it's just future users. If you really want to learn the Adobe software, that doesn't hurt them. Yeah, it's been a little stubborn, Mick. A little stubborn. But did you pair it with the Citadel? Not the Citadel. Did you pair it with the Palantir Long? Because the Palantir Long paid. This should paid. On Wall Street Bet's banned, so I don't even know. Fuck that. My name's Actor. My name's Abdur. Actor. Yeah, leases are often on both sides of the balance sheet. They obviously, everybody knows they changed the FASB changed the lease accounting standards, and IFRS has their own weird thing. It's definitely an annoying thing because what exactly defines a lease is also kind of up in the air. Yeah, if you know the fields, you know the use cases for quantum or bunk. Anybody that is in that space, usually pharma, material science, stuff like that, will tell you there's nothing there. Yeah. Guy knows the IFRS. Damn, the whole rule, man. Damn. Man, most CEOs are just signing the 10Q like, yeah, whatever. You even got CFOs doing that. Yeah, man, whatever. I signed the shit. Yeah, I signed it. Do I know what a right of use asset is? Hell no. Yeah, Preston, I know that space really, 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 really well. Nope. I covered and went long. Palantir. You can't miss an episode, man. I'm whipping and flipping the script. You miss 5 minutes. I might be long, I might be short. I don't know. Ask me again, I'm long. Ask me again, I'm short. Go ahead, ask me a question. I'm out. Fifth, I plead the fifth. You can short Trump coin anywhere, brother. That ain't too hard. Binance, Coinbase, Kraken, pretty much all them places, man. There's decentralized ways like fucking what's it called? Hyperliquid. I don't know, Per. I'm tired, brother. Hard work. Kramer's a smart dude. You know, Harvard Law. That's a decent start. I mean, I'm not saying he's God's gift to investing. That's another story, but he was a pretty good trader too. He worked for Goldman before starting his fund, so I mean, Kramer's wrong about a lot of things. It's his willingness to put his opinion out there that's kind of remarkable. Ooh. Mm-hmm. Public speaking is always scary. Nobody's that good at it. Over time, you get better, but it's never easy. It's just human nature, so your stomach goes a little queasy. You gotta talk in front of a bunch of people. But, you know, you get used to it. Got to go through a lot of stocks before you find a really good bargain. Usually 20 or 30. Yeah. Definitely hope you have a good weekend. Sorry, Bones. Yeah, I don't know what the right way to trade oil is during wartime. Typically, it rallies pretty hard, but then all bets are off. It often will sell off just as fast. We like Sarepta. Yes, we are bag holders. They made us bag holders. You should be mad as hell. Exactly, Bod Londby. Appreciate your sacrifice to the cause. That is how it works, doesn't it? Fucking Alejandro. I don't know. I don't trust Nectar. It's a really fucked company. Yeah, all my hedgy friends are all frustrated. It's a really, really rough week for all of us. The whole hedge fund community. Down bad, bro. Down bad. They said short the bad companies, they'll go down. Said it can't rally for more than 6 months. I like Bruker. Bruker is like the best case scenario for these quantum stocks. Bruker is NMR, which is very advanced science. And Bruker is kind of like how you take very advanced science. NMR is, a Nobel Prize winning finding. And they made instruments from NMR. Kasten said they'd close, I believe. That deal is diabolical. What comes next was diabolical. Camber is closing, and the other firm that I mentioned. I thought Kasten was closing too. Kasten is only 30%. Maybe they're not closing. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I'll add you, Marco. Do you not see the files? Or what's the problem, I guess? I thought I added you, but I'll add you again if you haven't been added. State of the Sarepta address. The state of the D-Wave address. I should do it. Just do a bit of a... Well, D-Wave could drop 20% in a day. That too, Jeremy. Alright. I'm gonna head home. Real rough week. Recuperate. See you on Monday. If you need me, I'll be in the Discord or on my cell phone. If you're Godell,